All right. We started this up yesterday, and it's a really, really cool game. I'm having a wonderful time playing Visage. Like, absolutely wonderful time playing it. It's cool. It's a lot like, Myst, you know? I was surprised. I am gonna turn... Interesting. So that's the max volume we can have. Okay. I'll just have to deal with it. I went back and looked at the VOD, and the audio seems fine, at least when I'm wearing headphones. The only problem is that the voices are really low, and we can't do anything about that. That's a shame. You know, if I turn it up any more, then, like, other audio is going to be just, like, deafening. That's not great. I went looking to see if there was anything that indicated, like, why my PC would have crashed. I'm assuming it was Visage. My PC never crashes. It doesn't just like, okay, time to turn off now for no reason. I should have gone back and looked at a log and seen if there was anything that said, like, what happened there. I don't know. We have absolutely no idea what could have caused that, and it's really unfortunate. That is really, really unfortunate. Oh well, right? Oh well. I had fun playing this. I had a blast. It only crashed the once. So maybe it won't do that again. Maybe it was just like a freak accident. Because we played longer the second time and had no issues, but it could happen again. So yesterday, there were a few hiccups. I got stuck on. We started up the key chapter first. Like, I wandered around the house and looked for stuff, and then we started up the key chapter, and I wandered around, and I got a little confused, and I would say that that's in no small part due to the fact there's a better way to do things. That I thought the step ladder was what we needed to get into the attic, and it wasn't. I mean, I see what the game was trying to do, and it's definitely my fault, but at the same time, the house is open, so you can kind of like go where you want when you first get into the house. It's like, oh, I'm looking around and exploring. I didn't know that the game was trying to guide me somewhere. At the beginning of the key chapter, the husband is kind of like guiding you, and I didn't realize that. Like, it was just like, oh, it's a spooky guy. I don't know what this nerd's trying to do. It seemed like he was trying to guide us, but we went about it in a roundabout way. I did it wrong. Like, he's trying to pull you into that, like, prayer room so that you can get the attic hook. And I instead went down into the garage, and so he goes into, like, the main... It's not the living room. Yeah, maybe that's the living room. The other one's the family room. I don't know what to call them when you have two of the same room in a house, but they have like a living room, and it leads up past like the little annex of the garage and into that like confessional prayer room. And I came out into the little annex, and I saw the husband at the bottom of the stairs, whereas you're supposed to follow him down the hallway and see that like he's going towards the stairs and then continue up that pathway into the little prayer room. And I didn't do that. I never went back into the prayer room. I didn't think that there'd be a key item in the prayer room. I just assumed that, oh, okay, this is just like one of those unique rooms where it's like, okay, this is like our safe room, our collector room kind of thing. That's what I thought about it. And so I was like, why would I ever go back in there? So I wandered around the house, and we found the step ladder, and I was like, oh, obviously a step ladder, that makes sense. So I brought that upstairs to go and try to use the use the step ladder to, you know, pull down the attic, and it was like, nope, you can't use the step ladder for that, which is fucking idiotic because you totally can use a step ladder. And that may be my largest issue with a lot of adventure games, is that you'll get items that you can clearly use in this situation, but it's not the item that the game wants you. There's gotta be a better way. I think, to me, that's like, I don't want to say that that's poor game design, but I feel like it's an oversight in game design, where a lot of people do that, where you don't realize you get certain items that would work in another situation, and you go, well, why can't I use these? Well, obviously you can't use them because they're not the right one, but it's a persistent criticism, and I think it's a fair one too. I think a better way to go about it would be, one, to either like close off in an area so you can't like use that item somewhere else, or just choose a different item. Like have some better approach, like design whatever that is a little bit better. I guarantee you it's an oversight. I don't think that the developers probably thought about it in that regard. They're like, well, obviously you're going to use the attic hook to open the attic and the step ladder to get into the vent. Why would you use it somewhere else? Not thinking that obviously you could use this other item to get to this other place. And I think as far as like game design, that's like a really easy thing to overlook. Also, how you doing, Teak? How you doing? How's Tuesday treating you? Did you have a good stream? Did you enjoy your Dragon Quest 7? But because of that, yeah, I had the step ladder, so why would I go looking for something else? I felt like, well, it was pretty obvious that it wasn't the item, but I thought, maybe, what if I'm doing something wrong here? What if I'm not activating it right? What if I'm not like placing this in the right spot? So why would I go bother looking for that other item that I didn't know that I needed, that I thought that this was the right item and I just needed to trigger something? Yeah. Exactly. And so it did. It caused me to like wander around and scream at the game for like 40 minutes because I thought that I was like maybe doing something wrong or not right, when I think like in the back of my mind it was telling me, well, we clearly, and I even said it, I was like, this probably isn't the right item. But like, yeah, it caused issues. Knocked out another island, but was falling asleep, so you wrapped it up early. Oh, okay. I understand. Don't want to be taking naps on stream. I've fallen asleep once or twice on stream. That was way back in the day when I first started streaming. Way back in the day, just a few years ago when I first started streaming. I think I was playing Kingdom Hearts 3. And I was in like the Toy Story section, and it was just, I think I was like running into a wall for a good like 2 or 3 minutes. That's the only one that I can remember. That's the only one I can remember. I did fall asleep on stream, unintentionally. Like, I thought I had turned off the stream, and like I accidentally, I just like passed out in here. I thought I turned off the stream, and I was like, I'm gonna watch a movie, and then I like fell asleep, and apparently I didn't turn off the stream. Does that count? Does that count? I woke up and I looked at the chat messages. A ton of people just mocking me. The whole thing was blank though. Like you couldn't see anything. It was just a black screen. It was just, you could hear everything that was going on. All the masturbating though. There was that. I forgot to turn the stream off once. I guess that counts. But yeah, so that was the only hang up that I really had in this, was that right there. Was like, what am I grabbed the wrong item, thought that we needed to use something somewhere. Oh, I was walking around with the sledgehammer, not realizing that I could use it on something, because the first time we used the sledgehammer, there's a prompt that says, like, beat down this wall. So I assumed, oh, the sledgehammer is prompt oriented, and not like, okay, I swing it and hit stuff with it, because I was carrying around the sledgehammer and a lighter. And the sledgehammer was two-handed, which I didn't realize, because it was just like, oh, here's a prompt, you can break down the wall, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, how do we get to these other mirrors? And eventually I hit it with the sledgehammer, and I was like, oh, I didn't know we could do that. But that's on me. That one's on me for not realizing that mechanic there, you know. That one's totally on me. But so far, I actually really like this game. It's really trippy. It's very surreal. You're dealing with some, like, apparently your character, Dwayne, resorted for whatever reasons, depression, whatever would have you, mental illness, resorted to alcoholism and prescription drugs and kind of like self-destructed. I don't know if he took himself. The beginning of the game seems to suggest that, I'm guessing it was you, right? And you have your family tied up in the basement, and you shoot all three of them, and then you shoot yourself. I think we're actually a ghost, because we don't have arms and legs and stuff, and in the beginning of the game, you have hands, like you're loading the gun and stuff like that. We don't have like arms and legs. When we look in mirrors, we don't see our reflection. Now, that could just be the way the game's designed, and I'm like completely reading into this, but that's the way it seems right now, is that I'm guessing that we are dead. Maybe we did kill our family, and we're just kind of like being a ghost and lurking around this house. Maybe. I'm not sure, but maybe. It'd be a cool concept. Kind of like that Nicole Kidman movie that came out in like the early 2000s, The Others. I want to watch that one again. I haven't seen that in so long. The twist in that movie is so fantastic. Like, in Sixth Sense, like at the beginning of the movie, I was like, oh, I know what happened here. In The Others, I didn't know. I didn't know what the twist was going to be. It kind of like catches you off guard. That was a good one. That was a real good one. I like that a lot. I am your daughter. Willie? I didn't know I had a daughter. Oh man, I owe you so much child support. Oh god. Oh god. Are you over 18? You better be. How you doing, homie? Welcome on in. Happy what's today? Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday. I'm thinking of the right movie, right? The Others. The twist in The Others is that Nicole Kidman's family are actually the ghosts. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm your daughter kind of thing. It was like, oh shit, we're the ones that were dead the whole time and haunting the people in the house. Which I thought was really cool. They thought they were in the haunted house, but it turns out they were the haunted house. And the Sixth Sense is Bruce Willis is dead the whole time. Pretty sure that's the plot of the first Goosebumps book. Maybe the others stole that from them. Maybe it was. I don't remember Goosebumps all that well. I had a handful of Goosebumps books. I had a handful. I had the one that I think stuck with me the most, that probably stuck with a lot of people, was the ventriloquist one, right? The dummy. All right, we're gonna do the crutch here. You like the Fear Street books? I didn't even, yeah, Night of the Living Dummy. Yeah, I didn't know that Fear Street existed until the movies came out on Netflix. I had no idea. Those were more, so Goosebumps was angled towards like the more teenage, the Fear Street were more angled towards like the younger teenage, like 10 to like 13, right? And then the Fear Street were like supposed to be angled towards the like more high school kid, right? What's up, Arcades Games? How you doing? Pretty sure The first Goosebumps book was Dead House. Maybe that's the one Teak was talking about. The only Goosebumps one I remember was Night of the Living Dummy. That's the only one that I remember. I only had like 5 or 6. I probably read a bunch from the library, but I don't remember them all that well. Yeah. I never knew that Fear Street existed until the Netflix movies, which were actually pretty good. If you guys haven't seen the Netflix Fear Street stuff, I actually liked it. I liked how all 3 of the books were or movies were tied together. I don't know if that's how the books worked, but I liked the fact that there was like kind of like 3 stories going on, and like the same actors like played characters within the stories. I thought it was clever. I liked that a lot. I thought they did a good job with it. Is it the greatest thing in the world? No, but I like that. You had all the Goosebumps books and transitioned into some Fear Street. Nice, dude. Was the Fear Street stuff good? Willie's saying the Fear Street stuff is good. Did you guys really like that? The second movie was kind of crappy. No, I liked all of them. I liked the settings. I liked all 3 of them. I think the third one, was that the one where they were in like Salem, the witch one? I like that one the best, because that's where everything kind of like came together. But like, I like the camp. I love. Wait, was that it? They had a camp, right? There was the camp. I love the camp. The camp was wonderful. No, I liked all of them. You enjoyed the handful that you read? That's cool. That's cool. R.L. Stine is fairly adaptable. I wonder, I would be curious to read a, like, adult novel of his. Has he ever written stuff that wasn't targeted towards kids? Because I would love to read something by him that would be more adult-oriented. I don't have any desire to go back and read something like Fear Street, even if they may be good, or Goosebumps. But maybe if he had something that was more adult-oriented, I might check that out. Because I do recall enjoying the Goosebumps, and when a writer can adapt themselves well, they have a talent. And it seems like R.L. Stine certainly has a talent, and he at least for as many Goosebumps books and I guess Fear Street books as there are, he has no shortage of ideas for like writing, and that's impressive. You remember them being easy to read and enjoyable, but nothing as memorable as the Goosebumps stories? That's fair. I wonder how much of that is nostalgia versus how good of a writer R.L. Stine is. R.L. Stine was really big on "and they all died." I like "and they all died." Okay, everything doesn't need to be "and they all died," but when I play video games like horror games, everyone dies. Like when we played through Until Dawn and Man of Medan, they all died. If there's ever an option to keep people alive in games, they almost always die when I play them. And in horror movies, most people die. Like the same story can get stale though. If that's the way things are always going to end and they all died, it's not super exciting. Because then you already know what to expect. You got to keep people on their toes, right? All right, we got a crutch that can go through the banister. It's a magical crutch. Rakan's chapter, the all-seeing eyes. Rakan? Oh. Crippled man must have fallen down these very stairs or lived in the house. Alright, well, this is going to be interesting. I don't know where they're going to guide me here because, like, I've gone through the entirety of the house. So it's like, where would you like me to go now? I don't think I need the sledgehammer, but, you know, we'll carry it around for funsies. Maybe they wanted me to come in here? I mean, if you had a crutch, you're probably not going up and down stairs, right? You recall he kept it varied enough that you would never be confident that the main character was going to be okay if they're going to end up with an ironically twisted fate. See, now that's exactly what you want. That is exactly what you want. I like that. So we're missing, I found 5 VHS tapes. We're just missing one piece of the mask right there. I think for the 6th one. It could be a basement thing too. Avoid standing in the dark too long. What dark? I love how I was like standing below the light and the game's like, don't stand in the dark. How's this the dark? Huh. Huh. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine. Okay. I came out of the water heater. I don't know how we got inside the water heater, but I came out of the water heater somehow. I was like birthed through water heater. It was strange. At some point, there's got to be something to do with that light in that like torso. There's got to be. All right, we still don't have a way to get into there. Maybe it's upstairs. I thought maybe it would be in the basement, but maybe what we want is upstairs. Okay. I don't know what we're looking for. Like, we started the chapter, but... Oh, it was just the chandelier, or the lamp. Hmm. What about over here? Nothing seems out of place. Huh. I don't know. Uh, uh, uh. I guess we could go into the attic. Interesting. And when we picked up the key, it was pretty obvious. I think that, you know, what we needed to do, but I'm not entirely sure what we're looking for here now. I've completely ravaged the house. Whoops. And oh, no, no, no mallet into the wall. Some of the parts of this house I don't understand. Like that. Oh. Aren't really I don't know what I'm looking for. Stop turning off the lights. Not entirely sure what we're looking for here. I don't think it would be down there. That just leads to sadness. But maybe. We haven't been down here since we started up whatever this chapter is. I guess we can look. No, it's just the gun. So the last time I was down here, I used the gun, and the game gave me a bunch of hints as to like what we were supposed to be doing in the game. So I guess if I wanted like some sort of in-game hint or something like that, I could just use the gun. I think that's what it's supposed to be there for. So you shoot yourself. I guess we could try the attic. We haven't been up there. Yeah, I guess let's go for the attic. Should probably fix that light bulb at some point. Like right now? Check it out. Light bulb. Towel. And then Surreal said, "Let there be light." And then there was light. Like, the key made sense. What the hell do I do with a crutch? I don't have a crutch. I think the attic has more specific to do with our last chapter than what we're on currently. Wild guess. That had tea in it. It does not have tea in it anymore. I want to live in this house. I don't care if it's haunted. Ugh. Oh, that was not my, I don't think there's anything up here. And through the hole. Hmm. Uh. Hmm. Well, the first chapter kind of guided me with the ghost of Dolores's husband, George. but this doesn't really seem to be pushing me in any direction. I don't know, I feel like we've walked around the entirety of the house and I could like sit down and swing my hammer in my chair. That's a lot of fun. All right. Oh. It's worth a check, right? Oh, it's just light reflecting. There's a... Oh, it's drugs. Okay. Didn't realize I was standing in the dark. What's up with that light bulb? I can't replace that one? What up with that? I mean, maybe because of the crutch? The... bathroom? I don't think it's asking for too much for the game to be like, hey, here's an idea of what you should be. I am stuck on something. Right? Like, did I just miss something? Did the game try to show me something and then did I just like, was I not looking in the right direction? It doesn't seem to be upstairs. Love how the radio turns on and off, and at this point we're still frightened by the fact that the radio randomly turns on and off. Oh shit. Doesn't do anything. The breakers, what? Oh god, that's not going to be annoying at all. So I'm VHS now? Hi. I hope you have pants on. Okay. Probably went to go get his pants. Yeah, the cookie monster pajama pants. Probably. So that's what I would elect to wear. How much do you pay for? I don't know. You should finish that. New Asian restaurant makes blast downstairs, Oregon. Like, what? Oh,
What the hell is wrong with this radio?
I think he's got pants on.
What? What the fuck is this? Oh, it better not be what I think it is. You fucking bastards. What is this? Who the fuck are you?
Oh, what now? Why was he all... I think the radio is fine. So I guess all the stories are gonna have to do with like former residents of this house. Maybe the house is like big cursed, right?
Slimy little fucks. When the hell did they come here and put all these things? I need to find every last one of them. Okay, where would I put them? Is this? There you are, little piece of crap. You think you can get me that easily, huh? Nice try, you fucks! What the fuck do you want, huh? I'm right here! Those little fucks. You think you can find one of me?
Okay. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how much of a conspiracy theorist is this guy? An 11? So you think he was like wiretapped or something like that? What is those books works? It said out of ammo. Okay, I'm not allowed to go that way. I also couldn't pick up the book, even though it said I picked it up. Actually, this game is really well made and optimized. That's all that I read everywhere. I went looking to see if there were, like, issues with the game and optimization and stuff, if there was, like, anything I could do. I really couldn't find much of anything recent. This was an early access game. I'm just run into like a ton of like small goofy stuff here and there. Okay. No.
Don't you fucking move, I swear to God! Stop right there! What? Ah! Look at this! Please, stop! No!
The gunk monster got him. Do I need to, like, smash the radio now? There we go. Hmm. All right, maybe we're looking for another thing that looks like it doesn't belong, like that wheelchair. Maybe that's what we're looking for. I thought maybe... it's the same. Downtown oregano. It's the same thing. Alright, the wheelchair's gone. Boy, I'm not very observant. If something changed, I'm never gonna know. Like, who put this wheelchair here? This was always here. That's what my brain does. Let's try the garage. I like how I made a hole in our drywall. Screw you, drywall. Someone, light switch, something. I don't know what that light switch does, to be perfectly honest. It doesn't seem to actually operate anything, so... I don't know, man. Seems to be working properly. I'd say not. It's not on. Okay, so it looks like this ground floor is clear. Let's go upstairs. I like the basement. Has anyone ever gone into the house and been like, man, this basement is pleasant? I think that was just the radio turning on. As it be doing. Oh. 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 Oh! Well, I didn't like that Jack in the Box. Uh-oh. That Jack in the Box did exactly what it's supposed to do. Scare the bejesus out of me. And I hated it for that. Oh! Well, that's different. Ew, it's following me. Burn it! What do you want me to do to the eyeball? Hit it? Uh. 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 Ew. I didn't like that. I did like hitting the eyeball with my mallet, though. I mean, my sledgehammer. What the heck?
Dr. Smith? Dr. Smith?
Yes, sorry, I'm with you.
I have the information you requested concerning the patient that came in tonight. He claims that someone broke into his house and tried to strangle him, and that he used his firearm in an attempt to defend himself. What's weird is that there's nothing in the police report that indicates any break-in. There are some minor bruises on his body, but they all seem self-inflicted. The police also interrogated the neighbor who called the police. She claims to have seen him tossing books from his bookshelves frantically, seemingly searching for something.
And what was he searching for?
It's hard to tell. He refuses to answer most of our questions, claiming we already know the answers. He believes we're partly responsible for what happened. It's not really surprising. I took a look at his medical background, and he's had really bad cases of...
Scopophobia.
Exactly.
Thanks, Tim. I'll go and see him right away.
Of course. He'll be in the transit wing, room 323 until further notice. He seems agitated, so be careful.
Thanks, Tim. Duly noted.
What's scopophobia? Let's see here. Scopophobia. 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 Excessive fear of being stared at. It's not unusual to feel anxious or uncomfortable in situations where you're likely to be the center of attention, like performers speaking publicly. Scopophobia is more severe. You can feel as though you're being scrutinized. I mean, anytime someone looks at me, I think I'm being scrutinized. Ew. It sounds like that's like a bit of paranoia as well. Do I have any items? I do not have any items. Do you think delusion plays into that as well? They said 323, right? Can't see in there. I mean, it's a room. I don't see like a light switch or something.
Call to employees. Code white in room 323. Code white in room 323.
Code white. I was gonna say, we could just roll the hell up out of here. Am I trying to escape the hospital? Oh, I don't want the chair. They deny me God's liquid. How dare they? Hey! There's nothing in the vending machine. What kind of crappy hospital is this? I don't want the trash can. Or maybe I do want the trash can. Huh. These are really big hospital rooms that they connect. Normally you don't, or at least any of the hospitals I've been, I've never seen them do that before. Weight limit exceeded. What are you trying to say? What elevator has more than numbers to indicate what floor it's on? Can't read that. 302? It's like linens and things. .303. What hospital has like... I reckon, is that a Da Vinci? What's up, Half-Eaten? How you doing, homie? Happy Tuesday. Oh, that's where we came from. .301. Oh. Well, none of those are 323. Staircase. Hello. You found a key tagged room 323. Very nice. Very nice. I didn't know room 323 was locked. I guess we do now. It's a lot of tentacles.
Call to security. Code white. Emergency in room 323. Code white. Emergency in room 323.
Oh, I thought we were gonna get like a chocolate bar or something like that as a reward for being a good hospital patient. Oh, that's not Coca soda, that's cola. Bubbles, soda, orange, cola, carrot. Dude, I can't wait to get my favorite carrot soda. Insert coins. Who doesn't want? Like all these like famous paintings and stuff here. Here we go. 309 to 325. $311.
Don't you dare touch me, you
giving
fuck!
us much of a choice here, sir. Seize him and give him the sedative.
No! Get off me! Fuck off!
Give him the sedative. You didn't like that. That can't be fun, getting sedated. Interact? With what? Oh. Oh. There's a key in that room. I could break the wall with the right tool. Could the right tool be a bed? What about a hand? About a brick? I guess we need the sledgehammer then, huh? Alright, I guess we're gonna go looking for a tool. And no, I don't mean me. Though I am a tool, or we can get like a fire axe, maybe. Huh. Well, whatever it was, it seemed to have stopped, so that's a win, right? Um. I don't know that I'm allowed. Okay. Let's just get out of the women's bathroom. I just didn't want to get caught. Definitely do belong in the women's bathroom. Okay. The people at the hospital will totally appreciate that we take down this wall here. It's like a free renovation that they didn't even have to pay me for. Contractors would charge like $1 billion, and I'm just like free. Oh, I thought we were gonna knock more down. Dude, the janitor has the ability to take naps. Totally jealous. Meeting room 3F. You got it. What? What? Why'd they make it seem like something crazy was happening there? Like the game was like, yo, look at the door.
Where do you think you're going, arrogant fuck? I'll smash your face in the ground until you're one with it!
Oh. What? What? Like, how am I supposed to know that that guy was there trying to kill me? It was just like I turned the corner, and then it was like, haha, you're dead. What's up, how you doing, homie? Welcome on in. Out is always my audio all jacked up. This game. And is it back to normal? Did it actually go back to normal? What is with this game? I don't understand it. What's up, I am Flute Man? How you doing, homie? Yeah, I've been running into like nothing but issues. And we're in full screen. Hmm. Yeah, I don't... This... Whatever. Whatever, as long as it's... like, completely fucking me over.
Just where do you think you're going, arrogant fuck?
I don't know where the meeting room is! Oh. Dude, did he rip the doorknob off? How do you do that? No, Dolores is gone. Dolores apparently killed herself. Poor Dolores. Well, she also murdered her husband, so maybe not so much poor Dolores. Yeah, this is Rakan. I believe that's his name. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Rakan. Rakan. Rakan? Rakan. I'm calling him Rakan. And he's racking up some murders, I'll tell you that. Not entirely sure. I think she had like postpartum depression. Because they had like a little kid. Or at least it seemed like they had a little kid. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. They didn't really clarify that too much. She definitely had some sort of mental disorder according to her husband, and she had like a kid, and I think she had maybe she was like coming down with like early onset Alzheimer's, maybe. Whatever it was, she had mental illness, and so they had a kid, and so he was like taking care of her and the baby at the same time, and she like snapped and ended up like murdering him and then killing herself. I don't think that she killed the baby. I think it's us. I think it's us, but I'm not sure. And I think I did not pick that up. I did not even hit the button to pick something up. That was weird. I did not hit the right trigger. My finger wasn't even on it. This game is well optimized. I think it was us, and I think it was our wife and 2 kids. Sarah and John, I believe. I think that's what it is. I'm not positive, but I think that's what it is. So I think we're the ones, we killed our family and then ourselves, and I actually think that maybe we're a ghost. But I'm not sure. A flashlight would be great. Can I have that? Yo. Oh. The moist man is around. Very grabby. I like how they told you pick up the flashlight and the key. Maybe you should have made that more obvious, huh? I can't? I can't? There we go. Transit wing. There we go. Where she was a worm. It was hilarious. I don't care why she did it. I'm just glad that she did it. It was adorable. Yeah, it was adorable as hell. I was like, yep, that's a worm. That's where I thought people were lying at first. I thought it was a joke. I thought people were trolling or something like that. No, it was real. Right, well, the table's on wheels, so... Oh. I can push it. Okay, there we go. Jammed with who? Is this DLC? No, this is all just the base game. So there's apparently 3 chapters in the game. Like, maybe there's more. I'm not entirely sure. But it looks like part of the game is there's the 3 chapters. There's the key, the crutch, and then the little drawing of a panda bear. And Then there's, I guess, stuff to, like, do in the main house outside, like find all the VHS tapes. We have found 5 of 6 VHS tapes, which are getting us pieces of a mask. So we're missing 1 piece of a mask in the house. And I combed it pretty good yesterday. So I'm thinking there's still a couple of places we haven't been in the house, and I'm guessing that's probably where the last VHS tape is. But I'm not sure. So no, this is just all part of the base game. Okay. Well, now we're out. Meeting room. It still has a handle. I don't know what he did. Oh. And this is obviously not part of the house. I don't think that they attached a hospital to the house. Exit, exit, exit. A window? I guess we're looking for the exit then? Sure, I don't see why Dolores couldn't have had her child here. I don't know that that would make any difference, but I think, I'm not sure, but it could be possible that Rakan is Dolores's kid. You know, mental illness can run in families. So, you know, you could pass something on. That could be what the connection here is. I'm not sure. I think we're just, like, slowly, like, you know, healing back the story and figuring out, you know, what's happening here. We're still very much in the dark. Like, I have an idea of what happened with Dolores and George, but, like, the overall story that's concerning, like, Dwayne, that's still a bit, I guess, up in the air for the time being. Yes, I 100% meant to make that joke. You're welcome. I always mean to make puns. It's never on accident, always on purpose. Always. Always on purpose. I'm hilarious, in case you just didn't know. I'm hilarious. People are always like, wow, Surreal, You have such amazing wit. It is bar none the funniest things I've ever heard IRL. Like, when I come here, I laugh so hard, I feel like I've lost weight. Like, screw weight loss programs. I just come here and laugh. In your face at you. 'Cause you're an idiot. I lost weight from all the pee from the laughing. See? That's a great way to lose weight, too. Urinate. Urinate to lose weight. That's my new diet. It's called the pee-pee diet. Just urinate. Drink lots of water. Hydrate. Don't overhydrate. That's how you die. Urinate till you're an 8? 8 what?
You ruined my life.
I beg to differ. I don't know you. Oh, those are just plastic bottles. They were glowing. I believe, sir, we just met. The guy in the chair with all the knives in him was yeah, that was George. That was George. She stabbed him 7 times and then apparently, I think maybe attacked him with the fire poker or the attic hook. Okay. I don't know where I'm going. Oh, probably towards that. Right, but huh. Hmm. Transit Wing 2. Transit Wing 2. Oh, okay. No, no. When did I get that key? Oh, when we picked up the flashlight. Did he just jump out that window? Okay, no way. Oh. Everything's fine, don't worry. We're fine. Everything is fine. Oh. Oh yeah, this is bad. Eyeballs. Ew. Ew, ew. Oh God! I don't think I can clobber anyone. Whew. I can't believe I didn't get caught.
Patient name, Rakan
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's normal. Right? Okay. Okay. Well, you darn right I pooped the bed after that. I'd like to see the person that wouldn't. I have a flashlight. She call him Rakan? Is that what she said was Rakan? I could barely hear it. Oh. Oh, there's like actual stuff in the vending machine now. Snacks. Yeah. Oh. Okay. They've never attacked me before. I just thought I could walk into there. No, this isn't. This is just the regular part of the house. It was somewhere else. Down a different set of ways. So apparently, whenever the game loads, my audio gets jacked up. That doesn't seem right. Like, the game loads, and then I can't, it just messes up my audio. I mean, maybe I do have to, like, squeeze down there? It's pitch dark, I can't. Pitch black. I'm gonna... Yeah, my offering is a folding chair. They don't want my folding chair. Hmm. I don't know. Maybe we have to duck through that hallway? Oh, you mean if you were, like, actually playing? Wow. It takes a really long time to load. I don't know. I think it was because I stood up there. I think we have to crouch. And it's a solid state drive. So I think it's the ones that, no, well, not necessarily. I was going to say it's like the ones that are twitching, but I don't. I'm just going to keep crouched. Oh, good. Yeah, it's just certain ones of them, like, attack you, but you have no idea which ones they are. That's all that it was. Oh, yeah, it was full on crotch. Oh, God! Oh, God! Ha, fuck you! Birds. Loading. Loading. I still want carrot soda. Where I want my carrot soda. Grapefruit is delicious, but I want carrot soda. You guys ever had carrot soda? Soda flavored like carrots? Where's my green bean soda? Where's my Brussels sprout soda? Oh, it's getting all squirty. I've never had the pleasure. Basement, atrium, cafeteria, outpatient, emergency entrance. I've never had the pleasure to play Metal Gear Solid 5. You should call staircase. You should totally call staircase. Staircase misses your feet. Basement staircase? ER? No. Another drip bag. I got my adult diaper on, don't you worry. It's getting full. No, no tools or anything. There seems to be a malfunction with the weight sensor. We will investigate the problem ASAP. But for now on, employees will have to use the basement staircase to get to the basement. There's a spare key in the admission office if needed. So now go away. We need to get to the admissions office. Which I'm guessing is down here. I thought that was a TV. That was an air conditioning unit. Also, how does that air conditioning unit work? Like, are you just venting the hot air back into the room? This is a good air conditioner then. Orthopedic. I need me some orthopedics. Who's that? Mr. Marbles? Dude, just pull the fire alarm. There's so many air conditioning units just on the wall. This is so weird. Maybe they're not air conditioning. Give me some Dr. Scholl's. You did, you disgusting human. This seems a bit excessive for orthopedics. We gotta find that guy who did this? We should. And what should we do to them? Tickle them? Oh. Well, that door got slimed. No? And by no, do you mean yes? And please? F1. It's apparently not a door. I don't want to go into the room that the great moisturizer. I know, that's what I'm saying. But then there's the, like, strobe light hallway. None of them seem good. I'm going in here. This is... you know, no, let's just leave it open. I was like, we should close it, but what if something comes in here with me and then I gotta run out? And I gotta open the door. And so someone was smutching around.
Follow-up of patient number 9 on request from Smith Walter. Patient name, Rakan Al-Mutala. Gender, male, age 28. After Rakan's first evaluation, it is safe to say that he'll be staying here for a while.
Rakan.
I was able to get him to talk about his paranoia. The patient believes that the whole scenario has been organized by some evil corporation in order to brainwash him into subjugation. He believes his mental capacity and awareness prevented them from getting to him. Adding to the severity of his case, he is sometimes afflicted with hallucinations. He has described these hallucinations to me as an eyeless humanoid that keeps on watching him wherever he is. Due to his psychotic behavior and his difficulty differentiating reality from paranoiac fabrication, he has been transferred to the psychiatric wing. He also displays violent behavior towards the staff, is considered to be dangerous, should be sedated and under constant surveillance in the psychiatric ward.
Whoever did the subtitles forgot to use the space bar a lot. A lot. Okay, we'll see, that was fine. Wait, so is PT supposed to be Silent Hill? Yes. Or is there a Silent Hill and PT? No. So PT stands for playable trailer. And at the end of PT, they announced that the game was going to be something called Silent Hills, which was a, I guess a reboot of the Silent Hill franchise that Hideo Kojima and Guillermo del Toro were going to do together. But since Konami, I still don't know what happened between Kojima and Konami, but something caused them to be forced to go separate ways, and so Konami canned the Silent Hills game, but that also meant that they removed and scrubbed from the store the playable trailer. So, for all intents and purposes, that demo doesn't exist anymore. Though I was fortunate enough, I didn't even realize they took it down. I just had it downloaded, and I still have it on my PS4. Once I learned that they, like, removed it from the PlayStation Network, I was like, oh, I guess I can never delete this then. I guess we're going over there now. But yeah, I mean, I added some information there, but yeah, so PT and Silent Hills were the same thing. I saw that too, especially when it went down immediately. People were selling them for like a huge price. But the reason why I didn't sell mine was because I want my PS4. Well, it's not called Silent Hills, it's just called Silent Hill. And yes, it's Silent Hill 2 is getting a remake, yes. For whatever reason, Kojima was calling his game Silent Hills. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't think they ever went into detail as for that, like, slight name change. Maybe just because it was a reboot. Yeah, I can't imagine that. There are a bunch of remakes in, like, some Unreal engines on the internet right now. All you do is have to look up for, like, PC playable Silent Hill PT PC, and you'll find, like, a bunch of different things that there are like 2 or 3 that are out there. A lot of them got shut down, but I think Konami just stopped caring, and there's a couple that are still out there. Well, no. So Silent Hill has existed since like 97 or 98. It came out. It was like Konami's version of like survival horror. So there was Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, 4, Downpour, Homecoming, was Awakenings one of them? I think there's like a 0. There's like 9 games, I think, in the Silent Hill series. There's a sort of remake of Silent Hill 1 on the Wii. Like a reimagining of the first game. Yeah, it's been around for a while. It's just it had gone dormant, and so Kojima was kind of like, hey, I want to take a stab at, a horror game. That's really what it came down to. So Konami was letting him like create another Silent Hill game. Yeah, it's a great series. It's fantastic. I've only played through 1, 2, and 3, and I stopped playing Silent Hill 4. I didn't like it as much. And I've only played a little bits and pieces of Homecoming and Downpour. Those weren't done. So Konami had like their official, like, they called it Team Silent Hill, and they were actually like outcasts. They were like kicked off projects and thrown into like the basement. And all these people that have been kicked off projects like were like, hey, let's create a game together. So they created Silent Hill, and it turned into being something like fairly popular, which is funny. So they created Team Silent Hill, and they made 4 games. And then I think everything after those were made by different studios. I don't know. There's very little information out there about how that stuff was going to play out, what it was going to be part of. Other than the fact that we know, like, Norman Reedus was supposed to be the main character. I don't know. I didn't really look up too much information outside of the fact that, it disappeared. Maybe there's information out there that's been released over the years. I kind of think that Kojima, one, is a very seemingly like respectful person. And I don't know if there's like some sort of NDA in place, which is why neither Guillermo del Toro or Hideo Kojima have really spoken too much about it. They've just kind of been like, hey, it's not happening. We're just going to let it be at that. Maybe there's like some information out there somewhere that explains what his ideas and stuff were, but I think it's just kind of information that we're never going to get. But on the other hand, it doesn't really matter. It's not going to get made. It's not canon. It's not anything. But I would have loved to have seen him make... I still wish that he went on, like, so Kojima, after his severing with Konami, I still wish that he went on and made that game anyways. Like, fuck Konami, just, like, change a couple of things and then just make that game. I would have loved them to continue to make that. That would have been great. I don't like it when people laugh at me, okay? I saw the admissions office. I just wanted to come down here. I did play through Death Stranding. I streamed it too. It's up on YouTube. I had a good time with it. I really liked it. I mean, yeah, it's totally what can Brown do for you, but it's in some small ways, I've never really played through a game like Animal Crossing, but I have to imagine that's kind of like how people feel when they play through Animal Crossing. Like, it's a game where you get to sit down and deliver some packages and kind of like relax, even though there are some stressful moments here and there. I mean, for the most part, it's It's kind of just like, hey, I'm just gonna go sit down for a bit and take on some packages and go make some deliveries, you know? It could prepare you for working for, you know, FedEx or the United States Postal Service. You know. It doesn't seem like anything's down here. Maybe that's one of his next projects. He's working on something new. But no, I don't think that it has anything to do with that. I think they're... Well, you showed it, right? You showed us the tweet in Discord. Kale Gortrout. It looks like it's something different. But I enjoyed Death Stranding immensely. I thought it was a lot of fun. I tried to do 100% of that game, and then I realized how tedious it was going to be to do 100%, and I gave up. I did a bunch of stuff off stream, where in the mountains I set up like 20 different zip lines. It was so cool. I was just like zip lining all over the place making deliveries. It was so satisfying. The zip lines were great. Basement staircase. All right, so it looks like we're making our way down there now. I don't remember where that is. I think it's back. Ah! I knew it! I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. Yeah. I enjoyed Death Stranding quite a bit. It's a weird as hell game, but I like weird as hell. Did you guys know that the lead singer to Low Roar, the people that did a lot of the licensed music for the game, he passed away recently. Apparently he had like a really bad bout of pneumonia. I don't know if that was like onset due to COVID. But yeah, he was just like 41 or 42 years old. Dude, I love Low Roar. I've been listening to them for like a while. And that kind of like made me a little sad there. I was like, damn, that's fucking young. Don't worry about trophies as much in games. You just play your fill until you're good. I don't know. I was just having a lot of fun with the game. So, you know, when I'm enjoying a game, I like to try to do everything that I can. You know, get a sense of fulfillment. And I think I needed to like play on like a different difficulty or something like that. I'm not sure. One of the trophies was for I don't remember. It was really tedious. It was like raising all of them to like 5-star. But I think you needed to do it on like a certain difficulty, and I was just like, you know what? Fuck this. And there were a bunch of like little hidden collectibles through the environment that I didn't find, and I would have had to have gone around and spent hours looking for those, and I was like, I'm good. It sounded way too tedious. You upgraded your PlayStation membership to access the game catalog, so you're trying to experience as many as you can. That's awesome. Might listen to them more in the future. You absolutely should. Oh, man, there's something stuck in my tooth. We went and had some Mediterranean food tonight. It was from I guess you'd call them a salad shop. They make bowls and flatbreads and stuff, sandwiches. I guess it's like pita sandwiches, Mediterranean. And I don't know. I got some like basmati rice or something like that stuck in my tooth. It was delicious. Oh. Oh God, he's back. It said exit. I'm pretty sure that was running. A bit particular when it comes to games, so you're trying to branch out. That's what I was doing this year. That was my New Year's resolution, was to play through games that I normally wouldn't have played through. And that's why we played through Myst, and that's why we played some Civilization. Branching out and trying some things that, you know, I normally wouldn't have. Oh, there was a flashlight there. I walked right by it. I looked there and I was like, there's nothing here. Bless you. Probably washing machine or something. Dragon Quest XI. Wishing you chose a higher difficulty. I think the standard enemies and stuff were relatively easy, but the boss fights offered like a decent challenge. I never finished Dragon Quest XI. I got to a certain point in the game and I just kind of stopped playing for some reason or another. I love Dragon Quest. I've beat just about every game in the series. I've beaten 1 through 8. I never beat 9. 10 is just an MMO. And I never finished 11. I was so excited when 11 came out. I really need to go back and like finish that game up. I bought it when it initially came out on Steam. And then I bought the special edition on the Switch. But then they said that the Switch version was never coming out anywhere else, and of course, so I bought it. And then it came out on Steam again, so I kind of want to buy it there because on Switch it only runs at 30 frames per second. I guess I could emulate the Switch version. I wonder if that runs at 60 frames per second. I wonder how well that actually works. I haven't really tried Switch emulation yet, but I guess I could try that instead of doing it. I don't know. I actually don't know. Fairly deep into it. I spent like 60 or 70 hours in the game. Dragon Quest games tend to be really long. You know, they'll take you 90 hours, 100 hours on your first playthrough. They usually have a lot of extra content. I think it kind of started with like Dragon Quest 6. Like Dragon Quest 1 is like a 6-hour game. And then Dragon Quest 2 is like a 30 to 40 hour game. And each one gets like slightly longer, and 7 is really fucking long. 8's got some meat to it. 11's a pretty long game too. I don't know. I think I got maybe like 3/4 of the way through. If I were to guess. But I'm not sure. It's your first Dragon Quest? Well, I hope you have fun with it. I really like this series. One of the things that I really appreciate and enjoy about the Dragon Quest games is that they're basically the same game over and over again. Like, each iteration of game just gets some very small quality of life improvements. It's kind of like what they do with Pokemon. You know that you can rely on the fact that this is going to be literally the same game that you've played multiple times, but maybe with some graphical upgrades. You know, obviously a different world to explore and, you know, different characters in a different story, but the combat's always turn-based. It's largely the same. The music is almost identical in every game. You know that you're coming back to some familiarity, and I always appreciate that about the Dragon Quest games. I get that some people kind of feel like the game hasn't really changed all that much, but that's kind of one of the reasons why I think a lot of people like it. Dragon Quest in Japan is so popular that they're not allowed to release it on weekdays because so many people call out of work. Like, it was actually a problem. They demanded that Enix stop releasing them on weekdays, so it's like a holiday. Basically, a Dragon Quest game releases, and it's pretty much a holiday. They know that people are just going to be like, fuck it, I'm not doing it. When you first used the fast travel spell and saw the whole map, you were taken aback. What did I get myself into? It's a big game, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, if you like those, like, old school style turn-based RPGs, it's a freaking delight. Control room, okay. Did I do that? No, I don't think I did that. Yeah, I did not knock the locker over. That was definitely not me. I thought maybe I kicked the chair into the wall. No. No. You had to look up if 11 was a remake. Nope, it's its own thing. I mean, technically, there is like a remastered version. I don't know what. Like a year after Dragon Quest 11 came out, there was a version made specifically for the Switch, and they also added in like a 8 to 16-bit mode, which is really cool. Which is really fucking cool. It's like the entire game, you can play it with the 3D graphics, or you can switch over to like the 2D mode. It's really fucking awesome. They like made an entire game that you can do that way. It's so fucking cool. Oh, is that the version they released it? I didn't realize that they released the S version for other consoles as well. Okay. Well, that's neat. That also makes me really angry. God damn it. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they do it? Why wouldn't they do it? Oh boy, which one of these is the one that's running? Why would I want to override that? I guess that's the control room thing. Yeah, to look up what Puff Puff was, since I thought they were blowies. The idea is that it's just a massage, but I think that there is a, like, dirty innuendo going on there that Puff Puff might be a little more than what they're letting on. Well, it's just a massage, because they definitely make innuendos about that, but it's supposed to be, you know, like, G-rated. The game is for everyone. Yeah, exactly. Yep. It's as far as I know, it's an innuendo. I don't know how different it is from the American version and the Japanese version as well. But it's been a running gag in Dragon Quest for maybe not since the first game, but since like maybe like the I don't know when Puff Puff became a thing, like maybe the 5th game. I guess I'm like squeezing through here. Okay. Master. Bless you. No, 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 no. No. Yeah, I just watched that on Sunday. I went into it completely blind with no idea whatsoever about what that movie was going to be about, and I came out pleasantly surprised. It's weird. It's definitely weird. Okay. Yeah. I mentioned it yesterday, I guess. I liked it. I liked it a lot. It was interesting way to tell the story. I think there were some things I wish they kind of like explored a little bit more. Not necessarily explained, but explored a bit more. Other than that, I had fun with it. I liked it. I didn't have fun with it. I thought it was fun. I enjoyed it. It's worth checking out. May not be your cup of tea, but it definitely has some good spooks in it. I thought it was fun. You know, that's the last Halloween movie I watched, and I think that was a good one to go out on. Almost every year I try to like, well, it's streaming on HBO Max. Every year I try to watch like a big Halloween movie, and I didn't really have one this year. And so the last one that I saw was Barbarian. I think that was a pretty solid one. You know, I always try to save like one big movie that I'm excited for, and I didn't do that this year. We did that this year with video game, though. We did that with Visage, which is great. Yeah, it's on Max. That's why I watched it, because it was on Max. What did that accomplish? Nothing. We need to find the control room. Like everything that says... Oh, look, we didn't go down here. There we are. Okay. It's like there had to be a reason for coming over here. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and laud Barbarian, but the less you know about it, I think the more fun you're going to have with it. I knew nothing about it. I had no idea who was in it, what it was about, and I'm kind of glad that I didn't. When people like hype up movies and stuff, I try to avoid the trailers. Because I feel nowadays, I just don't think people know how to cut trailers anymore. The people that are cutting the trailers are people that have nothing to do with the actual movie. They're just there to cut a trailer. And a lot of the times they show shit in the movie that you're like, why would you show that to the viewer? Like, that's fucked up. So often I'll watch a trailer and then I'll go into the movie and I'm like, hey, that thing from the trailer didn't happen yet. And you're like, fuck, all right, so it's one of the last scenes in the movie, and then you're like, man, that kind of like gives shit away, even though, I mean, you don't know what's happening in the trailer. I feel like it kind of hampers the experience. I think they need to get better at fucking cutting trailers. Like, there should be some sort of rule that after a certain point in the movie, you can't use any of that. Like, after halfway through, you can't use any of this shit. Please don't use anything after the halfway point. Like, sometimes stuff doesn't give away anything, but it's like, hey, I'm waiting. That might have happened in Barbarian's trailer. I haven't watched it, so I wouldn't know. I read the Dreadit forum on Reddit, the horror forum, and whenever like people get excited over shit, I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna log that one in the memory bank. Like I'll jot it down on like a notepad or something like that of like movies I'm interested to watch and like keep an eye out for. And then I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna try to stay media blank on this. Everyone's pumping this up and hyping it up, so all right, I'll make sure to take a note of it and then at some point get around to watching it whenever it comes out. Most movies I don't care about, like trailers, like seeing like, you know, like Marvel trailers, I can care fucking less. But a horror movie, I don't want to watch the trailers to a horror movie for the most part. Teaser trailers are one thing, but like the actual horror trailers, I feel like people don't know how to like cut trailers properly for horror movies, and they tend to give away too much stuff, even if they think that they're not. So I like to just avoid that. There we are. I was just trying to see if there was anything else there that we could fund, but I guess not. I'm kind of curious about the trailer now. I kind of want to sit down and watch Barbarian's trailer to see, like, if there is anything they ended up, like, squeezing in. I mean, a lot of the times trailers are out of context, right? So you'll have no idea, even if they do, like, give something potentially away. Yeah, it's like their flesh kind of turned into a sack, but they don't have eyeballs. That's creepy as hell. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, there are marble sculptures that have done similar things where the sculptures, they're made of stone, but it looks like cloth is draped over them. And that's kind of what that reminds me of, even though that's like human flesh that looks bag-like, like something's draped over their face. That's interesting. Or a guy? No, that guy probably was trying to murder us for, you know, their own reasons, so no. Fuck that guy. I'm not gonna go back through there. Okay, fine, let's go back through there. Can we go back through there? No, it's a one-way trip. Why is it a one-way trip? Okay. Well, that's why we open up the shortcut over here. Did whatever that was open up a door over here? So they got thrown through there. Oh no, that was the same locker room. Okay, I thought that opened up. That was the same place we went into. I'm just making sure. Oh, that's real dark. I don't like that. Alright, well, what the hell's in the washing machine? An employee's magnetic card. Oh, okay, so now we can get in the elevator. Oh, there's a ton. There's a bunch of different ones. It's not just like one sculptor. There were a bunch of, like, ancient Roman statues that have something similar. Greek. Oh, okay. I keep thinking so every time we've been in here, something's chased us, so... Oh, good. Hello? What's wrong with his body? I don't think that that's supposed... Do you have a... Oh, I don't know, man. I was playing with the corpse. Like a veiled Madonna? Yeah, it could have been. There we go. This was... I love ragdoll physics. This was why it had a weight capacity error. Because there were... Doesn't have a good weight capacity. There were 6 people on the elevator. I like to think I'm grabbing them by the dick when I'm pulling them out. I mean, it kind of feels like, you know, we're grabbing by the bulge there, right? Bulge grab? Good ol' bulge grab? Alright. I should keep this in hands here? I read that wrong. Oh. I'm just gonna assume one of those was gonna attack me.
Fuck you, Dwayne.
Fuck that guy. Why fuck me? What did I do? Fuck you, Dwayne. First of all, brother, I don't know who the hell you is, so don't you call me by my name, Rakan. You don't know me. Got you like Billy Graham. Also, why was that thing chasing me? Modesty by Corradini. Can't say I know which one that is, but it's probably one of the ones I was thinking of. Exit. Exit, exit. Oh, it's locked? That is the opposite of helpful. Uh-oh. Oh! It turned around on me. The poop turned around on me. Then I... Aw, we're back here again?
Fuck you, Dwayne.
Oh, good. Why'd that door open? Ah! 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 Close. Oh, I hate this. Nope. 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 That was really cool. I don't know where I'm going or where I am. I S2G. I suck two goats. Oh. Hello. It's not normal. It's not normal. But yeah, I would have died if it was. Oh, we're back in the house. What happened to my other lighter? Oh, yeah, you think I'm just like standing in the dark for fun? Sure. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ew. There's one more. What's up, Smoke? How you doing, homie? Potato salad. What else are eyes Moises? Eye Moises. Been grinding Yakuza hard. Nice. How you liking it still? Over 100 hours? Dude, that is a lot of time. Oh my god, we keep making the bed worse. Yeah, I guess that's the point, is that's how Rakan viewed everyone around him. Or maybe not everyone, but a lot of people. 100 hours is a long time, man. That's a pretty beefy game. Beefy. Meefed. And then the footprints just... Is that a room? It looks like a room. You're friendly? Okay. So are we going... This is where the psych ward is. Is down here. Glunks. Yeah. This is where the psychiatric ward is. I don't know who that was, but they was pointing. You were zooming through it, then a bus bodied you because you were so underleveled, so you started grinding. And when you grind, you grind. Fair enough. I'm not allowed to have any more carrot soda. I've become orange, and I believe I have jaundice. Hello? I would like to leave. Okay, thank you. Nice bag of potatoes. It was good potato painting. Cereal, those were tomatoes. Nice! Nice. 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 Noise. Nice noise.
He's totally lost it! We should inject him with a tranquilizer. We're not supposed to be here! You're all... Someone bind him up!
Get his doctor right away!
Let me out of here!
That was the crutch, right? That was the crutch. I don't know who was getting railed on with the crutch, but that was the crutch. Damn. Just like your mom. Captain. 5? 5. Cell control panel? What did I just do? No power. Bathroom. Yeah, I would like the bathroom. Yes, please. Bro. The pooping is currently happening inside of me. Oh. Okay. Bondles. There's nothing to fondle except fear. Observatory. That says observatory, and that says observation room. Those are two different words. Where was the observatory? I was gonna say, is this it? I should have been looking at the signs. Huh.
You have assaulted multiple employees and threatened security guards with a knife. You sabotaged the electric panel, leaving the entire ward under lockdown. Such behavior is leaving us questioning your mental stability and health. We are left with no choice but to isolate you from the patients and employees in the psychiatric ward. Treatments are immeasurable. No treatments! You all are the reason why this.
Okay. No. No. I was gonna say, I'm just gonna hide in this locker here. No, 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 no. A flashlight that shoots bullets of death. For happiness? Happy bullets? Drugs. Go into the bathroom and we're gonna not die. Ew. Ew. I can feel it. Stop. Interact? I don't know what a goop is. I should keep this in hands here. I don't know what that means. I should keep this in hands here is not English. I mean, it is? Did I put my mouth in there? Found the handle of an electric box. I know, was I bobbing for apples? It was weird. High risk patients? I mean, that just seems like a really bad idea. What if I volunteered to not go there? Huh. Well, I don't want to leave now. Moist man. That was why. I got stabbed in the neck. Try a hammer. I don't need a hammer. I got a flashlight. I had a flashlight. Now, okay, now we have retrieved the flashlight. Oh. I guess we're going this way. And down there, apparently. This is fun. Kind of normal, and you should totally. Yep. Where are we going? Why are the pipes so leaky? Okay, the ceiling's leaky. The ceiling shouldn't be leaky. Hello? Hello? Okay, well, as long as you're on the other side of the fence, I see no problem here. Television! Television makes me feel safe. Rakan? The chef? Are we also only built for Cuban links? How you doing, Portia Gaddam? Welcome on in. In fine knife? I don't have a knife. What kind of party? The sausage party? Oh. Ah! Find something to cut it open? Ah! Is he gone now? This place is so wild and gross. Ew. Ew. Oh, I stabbed the eye real good. I shanked it. Prison style. Right in the old iris. So because this guy has, what do they call it? Sopophobia? Scopophobia? Scopophobia? It's the eyeball thing, right? He doesn't like it when people stare at him, and that's why all of these creatures don't have eyeballs. It's because he doesn't like it when people stare at him. Interesting. I don't need to be told how to play the game, Portia Gaddam. I got it. I know how to play the game. I've played a game before. I know what I'm doing. It's also gross. I don't want to go in this ocular hole. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing, but I know how to play games. I was just looking around. Okay. Thanks for stopping by. I think we made a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Oh. What? Ah. Aha. Okay, what a weird way to install lever. God, imagine if the building maintenance people have to go through eyeball passage every time they have to You have to go in there. Doesn't seem very helpful. Oh, maybe we go back to the elevator now? What the hell? There was a hole in that wall. Right? No? But I turned the electricity on. Right? So, elevator. I just gotta hit the button like 90 times. Hello? I don't think hitting it 90 times is the solution. Maybe 91 times. Oh, they got television. Thank God. 69. Oh, that's the right number of times to hit something, I believe. It's jammed. Yeah, no shit. There's a desk in the way. Huh. I like how I can watch TV. Watch TV. Okay, now that we've watched nothing on TV. Can't. Oh, it's in the wrong hand. I don't like how they keep switching my flashlight to my left hand. You can stop doing that. Flashlight goes in the right hand. I don't know then. There's not like there's like a ton of things that we can do here. Oh. I guess maybe we just... Okay. Just had to wait for it? Patience is king? You know, because it works like a regular elevator. Man, some of these oils need some WD-40, not me. They wouldn't be so squeaky. Maybe, maybe not. Why would you make that noise? Hmm. I'm gonna put paintings of dogs in my house. Need some Castrol GTS.
Rakan, right? I'm here with good news. Based on your behavior and recovery in the past few months, you'll be ready to leave and go home. Sounds good, right? There are just a few technicalities that need to be taken care of, but this will just take a couple days. With everything that happened, I'm sure you'll be very happy to leave this place. Well, I'll get back to you soon.
Oh, I thought they would want us to sit in the wheelchair again. That's the wrong kind of lube. Well, I can't go through the door? What? I'm just like stuck in here forever. This is my home. We're just waiting to leave. What? Okay. Huh. That bed is for short people? I don't know. Maybe it's a normal sized bed. Legs would be hanging off for sure. It could be a normal sized bed. You thought I saw what? It? See, it does look like it moves, right? Oh, I just manually push it. God. I wish this game was consistent. That's really annoying. Like, I noticed the track thing, and I thought, oh man, I can push this. So I walked over to it, and I was like, okay, but there was no prompt. I feel like that's a prompt type situation. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Yes. Dude, did you grab your flashlight? Oh, I guess I don't need the flashlight anymore because... reasons? What? No! Oh.
I knew it! Oh, they're in big trouble now! With everything I know, I'll definitely take them down! You you hear me, fuckers? I'm on to you! Hey, what are you doing? Who sent you? Wait! No! Fuck!
Huh. Can I go through it now? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Oh. Sure. Poke the eyeball. Look at the eyeball? Oh. What? Fondle the eyeball. Yeah. What? Prison. Once you've completed a chapter, you're far from being finished. Explore the house once more and you'll discover new key items that open new paths. Visit the progress room to have an idea of your progress. You'll be able to start a new chapter. What? I did not eat the eyeball, you lied. We don't eat fucking eyeballs in this game. Aight? Don't go munching on no damn eyeballs like weirdos. Munching on eyeballs. It's very pleasant music. I think this is the last VHS tape we need. Prison. We gotta sit real close to the television. So what happens with the VHS tapes is they give you a clue as to where in the house there's something hidden. There's some wall we have to break down with the sledgehammer, I guess. Is that the hallway in the basement? Is that what that is? Is that what we're thinking? I don't recognize that room, to be perfectly honest, but the long thing with all the pipes and stuff might be the hallway in the basement. I guess it has to be, right? Let's go take a look down there. So over here... No. Here. Dude, where'd my lighters go? They just like straight up robbed me of my lighters. That sucks. So there's this. Don't quite know what that is. Right, this kind of looks like it, yeah? I have 2 lighters. Well, I'd say we found whatever it is, right? Exit. That's good that we located. There's a sledgehammer right there.
Murder, sun, happiness, joy, puppy, kitty, butterfly, eviscerate.
Why was that door talking to us? That wall. I guess we have to break down that wall, the one that was like chanting.
Kite, torture, cheerful, pleasure, party, hearts, hope, strangulate, flying, angel, blue, tree, cuddles, decapitation, coffee, game, apple, monkey, banana, genocide, yellow.
Apple, monkey, banana, genocide? What the fuck? Apple, monkey, banana, genocide. Okay.
Kitty, butterfly, eviscerate, love, friendship, babies, cloud, house, birds, suffocate, waterfall, rainbow, present, smile, mummy, torture, cheerful, pleasure,
Oh, that's like our sanity meter.
hearts, hope, strangulate, flying, angel, blue,
But it wouldn't let me use my lighter. God damn it. I guess the moist man got us. I don't know what I was supposed to do in there. What?
waterfall, rainbow, present, smile, love, kite, torture, cheerful, pleasure, party, hearts, hope, strangulate, flying, angel, blue, tree, decapitation, coffee, game, apple, monkey, banana, genocide, yellow, kangaroo, shower.
Well, he didn't care that I hit him with the sledgehammer. It won't let me use my lighters here. I'm thankful that they gave me my lighters back. No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe, but I don't think that's what it was. I can't see a fucking thing. Maybe. Maybe it is because the sanity bar was filled. Maybe. I'm not sure what they want me to do then. Yo. All right. Yeah, you know, everything's a puzzle, right? It's like brainwash the room. All right, while being a little tedious, it's not so bad. The hiss, yeah, it's totally control. Nope. I'm excited for more control. Apparently, Alan Wake 2 is supposed to come out this year. Or 2023. I think they have it slated for 2023. And there's apparently supposed to be a co-op control game. A co-op control game? Which, I'd rather just be a sequel. But I'm all about it. More control is great. I think Control was my favorite game that I played last year. Not entirely sure what we're doing here. But I think we're using this box for something. Maybe it took me a little too long to catch on to the gimmick here. I didn't think about using the light bulbs initially. Well, I'm just saying, if you enjoyed Control, you should definitely check out Alan Wake. You should check out all of Remedy's games, to be perfectly honest. They're good. They're real good. Okay, there's that, but... Oh, but what was up in the other room? Oh, okay. Cool. From Johnny to you, here's Johnny. Oh, is it just supposed to be a reference to, oh God, The Shining? The Shinnin' Boy. Well, if only. It won't let me have it. If only they would give it to me. I wish it was a gift. Oh, it won't let me jump like down there. That's cool. Little Easter egg, I guess. Okay. Boop, boop. Okay. No boop, boop. And normal. Well, how about them apples? How about them apples? Cool. Well, that's all the VHSs, I think. Do I have to, like, catalog them all together? No, there's one more. Oh, there's still one more. That's cool. I thought there was only one more that we needed. Nice. I guess we'll get the last one whenever we finish the final, we had addiction, affliction, prison, indifference, negligence, greed. Is it somehow supposed to be, like, akin to the 7 deadly sins? Okay. So, I think the last thing we have to do is this right here. At least for now. I don't know... There's, like, 3 things we don't know yet. There's this safe here. There is the trap in the basement, or the door in the basement. The trap door. Yeah, there we go. Trap door. And then there's the jam door in the room that had the mirror for Dolores. All right, check it out. Let's go for it. Taking this item will begin a chapter. You not be able to begin a different chapter until you've completed this one. Yep, let's go for it. Lucy's chapter, An Insidious Friend. Oh, I thought this was going to have something to do with our daughter. I mean, maybe it does, but... That couldn't have been good, right? It's Muckman. That's nice. He made a nice little drawing of a bear and left us a toy. Oh, please, no. Yeah, kinda. Oh, gosh. Well, go towards the anomaly, right? The attic. We never read the comic. Hmm. I don't know why. I don't know that I'm ever gonna need to go into the attic again. Alright, let's go look around more. Let's go look in the study here. Maybe we should knock again? It's like we're summoning Bigfoot, right? Oh. Okay. Alright, that's downstairs. That's the basement. They're here. Well, I don't want a camera. Oh, yeah, I don't want a camera. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. 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 Definitely no. 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 Protect me, television. Ah! 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 I'll take a picture of you. But that's how you suffocate and die. I learned that on Punky Brewster. Don't jump in refrigerators to play hide and seek. That's how you dies. They made that very clear. I will take your goddamn pictures so hard. I mean, okay. Imaginary friends are great. Right? Everyone likes imaginary friends. Imaginary friends provide us with happiness. What if instead we just burn this house down? You know? What if we just did that instead? Okay. You think it'd be more scary without the smiley? Well, we're hanging out with our friend. They're happy. Foul demon. Just like work normal. What? What? Neat. Oh, it's like a wonderland for me. Guilt? Well, if there's something I have a lot of. So it's escapism, right? It's escapism. So this little kid probably suffered something traumatic and is trying to like mentally check out of whatever the trauma was, right? I don't know. I don't know. Someone who probably lived in the house like Rakan, right? Rakan lived in the house before. I guess Lucy probably lived in here as well. Same with Dolores and George. I think it's just like someone else who had lived in our house. I don't know. I don't know. No idea. A little kid that had an imaginary friend. Oh, I have no idea if I'm right or not. It's just an assumption. I could be very, very wrong. Like, I'm not entirely sure what we were supposed to take away from Rakan's story. Other than the fact that he was paranoid and delusional and had a phobia, scopophobia. I don't know if I understand, like, what all I was supposed to take away from that. Look at all the clovers. Lots of stuffed animals. Oh, it's the panda bear. I'm just saying that that's what it seems like, is that this is like some escapism type stuff. I could be wrong. I like this though. It's got like a whole, I mean, aside from the rain, like a whole where the wild things are. I want to stomp around with my buddies. Can I take a picture of it? I'm going to take a picture of you. Blot out. All these chapters appear to be separate stories. You wonder if they'll tie them together at the end or if they'll just share common themes. I'm going to go out on a wild limb and say that all these stories, the commonality is that they all kind of, like, all these people at one time lived in the house. I think that's the only thing that's going to tie them together. I don't think that there's going to be one big common thread. I don't think. But, I mean, we'll find out when we get there, won't we? Maybe the commonality is this moist man who's, like, been everywhere. Like, this bald guy who's the one that, like, keeps stalking us. Bald guy covered in whatever black ooze that is. Tar? I don't know. Yeah, see, and there's like a little hidey hole. Dude, man, if I had a tree house like that, and a tree like that, bro. Me and a friend, when we were kids, we took some of my dad's old wood that he wasn't using in the garage, and I built a tent. And we kept it in the backyard. We just covered it in like a tarpaulin and had like some sheets and stuff so that it was kind of like our backyard fort thing. And eventually we had to take it down because some homeless dude was sleeping in it. It was just like, aw. Well, if you need a tent, they don't make trees like that anymore. Sure they do. They're everywhere. My parents were like, yeah, we can't have that guy sleeping in our backyard with kids that play back there. I was like, that seems fair. But also, like, I spent a lot of time making this thing. I'm Lucy. Hello, Lucy. I want to be your friend. Oh, the TV talked to her, the radio talked to her, and then the freakoid, oh my god, he came out of the TV. And then she got angry. And then he kept her safe in the treehouse. And then he absorbed her. And then the evil guy killed the pigeon. Eco. I need a small key to unlock. Oh, but there's a doll thing there. God, how many of those have I missed?
Hello, Lucy. I want to be your friend, Lucy.
And then they became friends. But he was an evil friend. He was like, I'll protect you, Lucy. And then she had a pet bird. And then her evil friend murdered the pet bird. It looks like there's more story stuff there too, huh? And she had a can of beans. I mean, that's where she like communicated with them, right? Was through the radio, but I can't turn it on. BPD, big penis disease. Beg pardon. Maybe we take a picture? Oh. Ah. I thought I rotated that one. I must have not. That must have been like the one I didn't do. Oh, and then they gave her drugs?
Listen to me. I'm with you, Lucy. Stay with me, Lucy. It's bad, Lucy. It has to go away. Don't tell anyone, Lucy. Me and you. I want to help you. It's not what it seems, Lucy. Your parents wouldn't understand, Lucy. Only you can understand. Get rid of it, Lucy. Do it, Lucy. Do it. Get rid of it, Lucy. Do it, Lucy. Get rid of it, Lucy. Do it. Get rid of it, Lucy. Lucy. Lucy.
I mean, it says I'm still alive.
Lucy. Do it, Lucy. Get rid of it, Lucy. Your parents don't understand, Lucy. Only you can understand. Get rid of it, Lucy. Do it, Lucy. Do it. Get rid of it, Lucy.
Am I still kicking?
Get rid of it, Lucy.
I feel like we're still kicking, right?
Get rid of it, Lucy. Lucy.
Yeah, maybe it crashed. I don't know.
Lucy.
I don't know. I don't have any errors on my end that said something happened, so I honestly don't know. You guys missed some freaky deaky, I'll tell you that. Oh boy. Did I see the BPD comet? That or psychopath? I don't know what BPD is. Bipolar disorder? Maybe. Oh, Jesus. Maybe. I honestly don't know what we're trying to accomplish. Oh! Oh! Ah! 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 No! What happened to your jaw? You just push her away! She ripped off my jaw! That child was very jaw-rippy. Very jaw-rippy. Oh, the key's gone. They moved it. No, I had founded it. Damn you. Aha. Ah! 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 No! No! No, no, child! Why is her lower jaw missing? Oh, God. Okay, so I wasn't fast enough there. The little demon hustle a little faster than I thought they would. You can't really see the area you're in, so it's hard to, like, know, like, where I can go and how I can maneuver around in there. Symbolic. Of what? Symbolic of missing your lower jaw? Oh, they give you a lighter right there. That's really nice. Yes, this symbolism is symbolism for missing your jaw. Oh, Jesus! Oh, Mary and Joseph. Oh, dear. Oh, dear Mary and Joseph. Actually scared the freaking bejesus out of me. No! I'm so greedy. I thought I could squeeze by there. And instead we get the old jaw rip. I don't really have a jaw. I don't have a body. I don't know why she's ripping something off of me that I don't have. I genuinely thought that I could dash by there. That was not enough room. Yipes. Okay, don't do that again. For the 5th time. Get the old jaw ripped by... I guess that's Lucy. Lucy. I remember Lucy. Okay, the game likes me, apparently. Okay, that's what happened last time. And go look yourself. Oh. Going forward. Nope. Missing tongue would mean not being able to communicate. Without a lower jaw, you'd be unable to eat. Neglect? Maybe. Take your picture. Take your picture. And smile. Oh, they're like the stuffed animals, I guess, in the wall. Jammed into the wall. That's good. So that's the basement. I don't like what's being implied here with, like, the little kid in the camera. Right? That's kind of creepy. Maybe this is child abuse, right? All right, well, this is a toy in her room, and this is in the basement. Okay. Like, maybe she hid in the bureau. Oh, we found a jaw. I didn't know I was looking for a jaw. I mean, everything seems sort of normal. He's the happy little caterpillar. Darkness haunts you? Yeah. Following is written on the blackboard. Darkness haunts you. Thank you. Oh. Hello. Oh shit, there's something behind her. Oh. Oh. Oh, and the bed is back. Close. Nah. Guilt, yeah. Oh, Jesus! I don't think that's my imaginary. Where the fuck did it come from? Like, all of a sudden, it was just like, oh, you're dead. I'm curious if we have to find the other top of the mannequin's head. We got the jaw. I wonder if we have to find the top part of it, that, you know, top part of head. Got me again. The games do be doing that. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Like, what do I expect? What do I expect? Yeah, she was standing in the flash. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm not the biggest fan that they want you to use like the camera to see. The flashing is a little annoying. No, I don't want that. Uh-huh. The fuck? So flashing the creature, it doesn't like to be flashed, right? That's what this is telling me. The flash. I think. So we see big creature, we just hit him with the old skimmery dinky camera. Doesn't want to be exposed? Yeah. Well, it doesn't want pictures of it, right? Yeah. I will take your fucking picture. Oh, Jesus! What? That was me dead? I thought I was supposed to find it and take a picture of it. I thought I was doing what we were supposed to be doing. You know? I actually thought I was doing the right thing. That was unexpected. This is also disorienting. I'll take your picture. I didn't realize we were playing, oh, read the VHS tape. Save me, Panda Bear! I don't know. I didn't see it. I didn't see the shadow when we walked in there. Hmm. Okay. Let me use a lighter. Oh no. Hmm. Okay. They're all freaky, man. You know, it's so... I don't like having to use the camera to see with the flash. I really don't like it. It's not like I have any sort of issue with like seizures or anything like that. It just it's annoying. So am I trying to find it and like snap a picture of it? Like there's that drawer. Okay. Not a whole lot I could do there. Hmm. Oh my God, really? It's all the way back here? I thought I accomplished so much shit there. I thought I had a checkpoint. That sucks. Yeah, I guess the shadow was there the whole time. Well, that is different. Oh, shit. And that'll allow us to open up the other door. The one that was blocked off. You're telling me that's easy to miss. Yeah. And the shadow's gone now. I can't save the game. This really sucks. Why won't you let me save? But I don't think that there was, like, anything collectible that we needed over here. Maybe this is like a safe place? So if the thing's like stalking you, you can just come in here. That's why this is like the imaginary area and you've got your dolls and stuff in here. Maybe this is a safe place. Like if Big Stalky's out and about, we could just go into there. Was that down here? That was here, right? Yeah. Aha. I'm apparently dragging around the compass. I need the rusty key. Water, you say? Vegetables? Still can't say. Did I fuck it up? Oh my god, it would be so great if we like stop dragging Fine. Pick the compass back up. Fine. Fine. I mean, we might need that. I can't take pictures anymore for some reason. Um... Okay. Weird. Hmm. Let's reload. Mm-hmm. Yay, I made it home. It says we're 95% of the way done with the game. We're almost done here, yes. I really need to pee. You can't ever pause the game. Yeah, where the hell's my camera? There we go. Oh. Darkness haunts you. Oh, it comes out of the closet to grab her. Oh, we've already seen that one, though. I thought I was following the scratch marks. Joe, what again? Oh, yeah, I think because I died before they repeated it. I really need to use the bathroom here. Hopefully nothing happens while I'm, like, using the bathroom, but I really gotta go. Yeah, they showed that again. I'll be right back. Oh, God. You ever pee and then wonder to yourself, why does my urine smell like popcorn? I certainly haven't, because that's a weird thought to have. But also, I've totally thought that, because that happened right now. Huh. I don't like popcorn. Can I leave? Someone needs to clean the toilet. And is there someone in there? I don't think the bathtub's supposed to get that full. Okay. No. Oh, it's bath time. What sadist would sit with the faucet to their back? Farting? Nope. Hmm.
Lucy! Supper's ready! Come on up! Lucy?
Oh.
Why would she do that? She loved Pico!
I don't know. She's never done anything like it. I think we should see a professional.
A professional what? Baseball player?
You heard the diagnostic. She could be in danger. We don't have much of a choice.
I know all that! But who the hell prescribes syringes for a child? Couldn't they just give us pills like everyone else? How can a child trust a parent that thrusts needles up their arms?
Fair.
This new doctor clearly doesn't know anything about parenting.
Yeah, what doctor would give you I mean, if you had, like, diabetes. Aha.
I don't want their help anymore. She's only been worsening ever since we went to these doctors. Imaginary friends and all these weird behaviors. She doesn't even call me mom anymore.
They're just trying to help. It's not their fault. Even before we sought their help, she had problems. She killed Pico for fuck's sake. Don't you remember?
Then did the kid, like, drown in the bathtub? What happened to her lower jaw? I'll teach you to take baths, you weirdo. You don't just rip your own jaw off with your bare hands. Pride. Oh, good. I always wanted a child's jawbone. Ew. Why do we have that? Could you? I mean, maybe you'd need tools? I don't think you could just kind of like do that on your own. It's really hard to, like, sever tendons and stuff. You'd be surprised at how durable those things are. Okay. Well, we got our last VHS tape, I think. This is the last amusement park thing. Let's see where this one sends us. Oh. Okay. We know where that is. I don't know where that is. Some sort of like lab? Okay, well, I guess we're going... Can we not turn those on? Let there be light. Stupid radio. Oh, what the shit? Omega symbol attached to it? That's in the garage edition thing. Still never figured out if there was a way to get into that. Oh yeah, I never fixed that. Where was it? You know what we should do? We should save. No, no, that's different. The Omega symbol thing? In here. In this. Oh, well, there you go. That's how we open up the basement door handle thing. Man, go fuck yourself. Don't do that. That's rude. Yeah, so there's still a piece missing there. An eyeball, a jaw, and a mirror. It's things that I always wanted to collect. A cryptic symbol? Yeah, that's the one that's in the basement, but I guess we needed to get the handle so that we could open it? Where are the kitchen lights? I thought that was them right there. Oh.
Let there be light.
Yeah, it was over here. Well, I was wondering whenever we were gonna, like, do something with the mannequin over here, so I guess that kind of answers that question. And this is it right here. Crawl space? Yeah, crawl space. Man, this isn't how houses work. Yeah, so we ended up getting the compass, and the compass, like, led us through there to, like, a graveyard. So, yes, that's what came of it. Something did come of it. Periodic table of elements. Argon, 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 argon. Oh, it came. Oh, like, I'm trying to, like, get the fuck out of here? I don't want to store it. I just want to use it. Oh my god! It says exit. I want the staff list. What do you want me to break with the fucking axe?
What?
Okay, let's break down the door with the... No? You know, it wasn't letting me swing it. That was just super duper strange. Uh... So weird. Yeah, I don't know what they wanted me to do there. So when we fall through, we break something. Yeah. Right, and it says exit, right? Oh, you should use the axe on fucking what? Didn't it show the paneling on the ground? I thought the video showed that, right? We'll have to watch. I guess we got to go back upstairs and watch the video again. It showed a clue. I don't get it. Use the axe to find a way out. Right there. Right there. Right there. I think it's right there. I think it was right there. I saw like chipped. I saw a scuffed floor and I saw the chipped tiling. That could be wrong. We might fail him. Oh. They were available in any order. Yeah. There wasn't anything specific that the game wanted you to do. It was just like, yeah, approach this however you want. Which is fine. I don't mind that. You know? I think that's perfectly acceptable. I think Kevin yesterday when we rated him, he apparently played this and he said that there's apparently an intended order of how they want you to play it. Which, I mean, the game does not at all hint that there's something specific that they want you to do, so... I think I saw it, though. I think I get what they wanted. It was over here, and right over here by the periodic table. I saw all this. There we go. There, when we died, I saw it. You didn't need an axe for that. I'll tell you that. There we go. Oh. You got it. There we go. Looks like the rocks are furry. Why? They're just jagged, I guess. This is ominous and creepy. Why was there a giant hole in this laboratory? A tunnel? Ah. A garage? Where's the mask piece? Thought we were supposed to get a mask piece. Oop man. I call him the moisture man. Because he makes splotching noises. Ah. I guess that's the final piece. Fuck you. I turn the lights on. Oh. You don't turn the lights on. I turn the lights on. Stupid house. Hey, I didn't even have a crowbar. Okay, you can stop telling me stuff is stored in the storage. Oh, no! Stuff is stored in the storage room. Yeah. No shit. Ain't no cabbage. Are we gonna put it on? I have the jawbone. Was there 2 eyeballs on that? What the hell? How do you have 2 irises? Yeah, I don't know. I think, like I said, that we were dead the whole time. Somehow we were just, like, experiencing, like, all the history of the house. But I don't know. It was too bright. I guess it's daytime now? Can I go into the jammed door? Never. It's still jammed. Look, someone's going to box fort and shit without me. That's not cool. Those leaves? Yep. They don't want me to go in there, right? Apparently they do want me to go in there. Okay. The insanity gauge, why would a ghost have that? I don't know. Lucy, rip off your jaw could imply you have a corporeal form? I don't know. Like, we never saw her rip anything off, and we never saw ourselves getting stabbed. Why don't we have arms and legs, then? Oh, telling me shit's in storage. See, now we have a hand. I don't know what to make of that. It's really loud now, too. It's really loud. It's like a billion times louder than me. I'm gonna just turn that down a bit. I liked it. I definitely like this. I think I'm gonna have to, like, sleep on this to, like, really form a, you know, big boy opinion on it, you know? I think I need time to, like, process everything and, like, start to put all, like, the pegs in order and all of that. I don't think I have yet formed, like, my full picture and scope of everything, but I like the approach. I'm a big fan. You guys know that I enjoy my, like, puzzling and stuff like that, so I'm a huge fan of games that are open and allow you to, like, meander through the environment and figure out Overpowering? No, 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 no. It's just like putting pieces together. Like, I still feel like I have a bunch of pieces that don't exactly look like they're all part of the same puzzle right now, and I want to see... Oh, the music is overpowering? I don't like it. I'll tell you that. I thought I turned it down. Or we'll turn it down more. There, I turned it down even more. Is it still overpowering? I cranked it really far down. Is that like the happy ending or something? Yeah, it's over now. All right, so what I was saying was I like the game. I like puzzling. That's something I'm always a huge fan of, is puzzles in games, and this throws like a ton of puzzles at you. I like that. It's a little open. I think there is some vague things that happen in the game. I talked about this at the beginning of my stream, but I think there are better ways to handle situations when you have like a tool that looks like it would work for something else and it doesn't. That's a little frustrating. And like, once you find that tool for the situation, you think, well, why would I need to go looking for something else? This is clearly what I need to use this. I just need to figure out how to use it in this situation. And that was definitely not the case. What I'm referring to is when I found the stepladder yesterday, and I was like, oh, that's clearly what we should use to get into the attic. We were trying to find our way into the attic. And the game was like, no, you don't use the stepladder to get into the attic. And I was like, well, yes, you do. What else would you use to get into the attic to reach up there? We're too short to grab, you know, the latch. So what else would we use? We would use a stepladder to do it. And the game was like, no, no, no. So I was screaming at the game for 40 minutes going like, why doesn't the ladder work? And running around trying to figure out why the ladder wouldn't work, when it turned out that, I mean, I missed something. Because the game was a bit open and I was like exploring it first. When you started the key chapter, you have George kind of like guiding you through, and he's supposed to guide you towards the attic hook. But when I first saw George, he was walking down the hallway, and we had a choice to continue to follow him, or the garage was off to the right, and he just disappeared right at the top of those stairs. So I went down into the garage. And then when I came out at the top, we were at the top of the stairs that lead up into the into that prayer room where like our progress was stored. And I looked at that and I was like, oh, well, why would I go back in there? That room is just used for our progress stuff. Like, why am I going to go into there? Like, the game, I thought, made it relatively clear that, like, there really wasn't, like, a reason to go in there other than this is for progress. That's my fault for not doing that, but also, like, I didn't follow the ghost in the intended way because he's supposed to lead you into that prayer room because that's where the attic hook is. It's lodged in a picture of Dolores and George right in the eye of George. But how am I supposed to, you know, assume that? So I spent time wandering around when I thought I had the tool that I needed, the necessary tool, and I didn't. It's a small complaint, but there's a better way to go about that. You needed the step ladder in a different instance. It was to get up into one of the vents. Like, you climb up on the step ladder, it breaks, so you replace it with another step ladder. But that's not obvious. That's not obvious. And the game wouldn't do anything. When I tried to go up, which like added to it is that the game wouldn't allow you to go into the vent. It was like, I don't need to do that now. So I was just like, well, the step ladder hadn't broken, so I hadn't put 2 and 2 together, that because you can only do the chapter, and that was like while you're not in a chapter quest that you had to do. You needed to not be in the chapter to do that. So, yeah. And there's a better way to go about handling that. There's definitely a better way to go about handling that. But that's a minor complaint. I mean, yeah, some things just aren't obvious. This is like wander around in the environment until you find it. I like how the game, when you start out, it's like, this game is really hard. No, it's obtuse. That's not hard. That's difficulty in the wrong way. I've talked about it a lot when we discuss like game design, as far as like games are concerned. Developers never want to design a game, especially when they're looking to do puzzles and stuff, where they feel like they're giving you too much information. You would feel like it makes it too easy. So when you have someone designing something, they look in their brain and they know the process that it takes to design something, and they go, this is step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and in their brain it's very obvious. In your brain, when you're designing something, it's super obvious. You go, because this is my logic of designing this, you know how it's supposed to go, so you look at that and go, okay, I don't want to make things too obvious, but this is how my logic works. Your logic is not always obvious to other people. Sometimes it's so far off the beaten path it doesn't make sense. And you need to find like a way to like bridge between those two things. And a lot of the times when people play games, so often you'll hear developers go and say like, man, I never even thought you could approach it like this. Oh, I never even thought about that. Right. Because you have your logic of thinking, and that's kind of like you put on blinders and you're like, this is the one path that I'm choosing. You don't realize that there are other ways about thinking about things. And that's a really hard thing to do in game design. It's a really hard thing to do because, like I said, you don't want to hand something to people on a silver platter, but calling this game hard is kind of silly, I think. So I like puzzles. I like the way Myst is set up, you know? Myst is intentionally obtuse. Sometimes it goes out of its way to confuse you. This game never does anything like that. And for that, I'm thankful. And I'm just like nitpicking at like what... I think it's kind of egotistical to call a puzzle game. This game is hard. Well, I think in sometimes you can guide the player better. To me, that says poor game design. Not difficult game, but poor game design. If your game is hard because we're not guiding you in any way, to me, that's bad game design. Not necessarily a great way that you want to go about playing things. I could see this turning off a lot of people. I don't mind that. I love wandering around environments and messing with things and screwing around with stuff. So yeah, I'm eventually going to stumble on things. So I don't mind that. But sometimes being so obtuse and so not hand-holdy, you know, not like kind of like guiding the player, it can be frustrating. And there were definitely a couple of moments in the game where I was like, yeah, this kind of sucks. I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to be doing. And that can be annoying. Like I don't mind exploring in games when the game is like, okay, you can go explore the house, but I always know that there's objectives and stuff that I can be doing. When I have my objective and I don't know how to approach that objective, that's when things start to get frustrating. We never figured out how to get into the safe. We never figured out how to get into the safe. I just now realized that. I have no idea how to get into that thing. There's gotta be a way into that. The environments are really cool. The environments are really cool. I didn't one of the things in Rakan's chapter when we were in the hospital and we were like, there was that hallway right before the elevator and it was jam packed with those people, you know, that with no eyes and mouth. You had to kind of like maneuver your way through there and not bump into the enemies that would kill you. That's kind of annoying, to be honest. That was kind of annoying. Like we had seen those characters before in some of the other chapters, and they never did anything to you, and now all of a sudden they're malevolent and they're evil. And they seemed scary, you know, but they never like outright killed you, or at least I don't recall them killing you before that. And I mean, I guess in some small way I'm not opposed to it, but it wasn't obvious like what I was supposed to be doing there. That was a little annoying. But I love the environments. I love the variety of things. It doesn't seem like everything is like interconnected to you. It's like 4 separate stories that kind of took place in this house over the years of this house being. Like, Rakan was there, he went nuts and left, you know. It makes it seem like there's something like an evil entity about this house. They never really explained who that moist water guy was who was stomping around. I'm guessing that's supposed to be you somehow, maybe? But like Dolores and George's story, pretty straightforward. Lucy's story is kind of straightforward too. She also suffered from like pretty severe mental illness. She killed her bird, she ripped off her jaw. You could say, yeah, this entity kind of like did it, but I mean, isn't that kind of what mental illness is? Like, all 3 of them suffered from something. Dolores, Rakan, and Lucy all suffered from mental illness, and you know, you're not blaming it. And you're the main protagonist, Dwayne. He had substance abuse and depression, clearly. Like, Dolores was suffering from some sort of like postpartum depression. It looked like both Lucy and Rakan were suffering from some sort of delusion, paranoia kind of stuff. I'm not entirely sure, outside of like the substance abuse and maybe depression. But it felt like it was dealing heavily with like mental illness. Each story and everything that you're kind of going through is a bit of a metaphor. You're trying to like put things together. There were a lot of allusions to things that kind of led you down like maybe the wrong thinking path. Like, we made a lot of assumptions on Lucy's story pretty early on that maybe there were different things at play there. I still feel like maybe there was something at play there, like the whole camera thing and the photos and all that. Maybe there was something there. There were definitely, it felt like there were allusions to abuse on her end. Whose abuse was that? From the mom or the dad or somebody else? It didn't necessarily have to be the mom or the dad. It could have been somebody else in her life that caused that abuse. But it very much felt like that, especially with like taking the pictures. Rakan felt relatively straightforward. I don't think that there really seemed like too much to read into. He suffered from paranoia and delusions and stuff. And he ended up in the hospital. So he started out in the house. A neighbor was concerned. He got brought to the hospital for observation. Turned out, you know, he had some issues, so they kept him there, and that's where he ended up. I don't think it's entirely clear, but it seemed like maybe he, like, one, either escaped or killed himself. Not entirely sure, but it seems like everybody here in this house ended up killing themselves. Like, I feel like Dwayne also killed himself. But the whole point is, where I got a little off track there, I like the atmosphere, I like the areas, I like the surreal areas that you go into for each chapter and each character. I like that, you know, Dwayne's story is told through the VHS tapes, you know, Lucy is through her, you know, her little drawing that you get into her chapter. Dwayne is like the overall thing, and you slowly get pieces of his. So you get like a bunch of like random VHS tapes strewn throughout the environment, but when you beat the chapters, you get 3 additional VHS tapes. I think there's 7 in total, so you can find 4 hidden throughout the house. But I liked all the different areas. Some were very visceral and gruesome. Some were just very tense and dramatic. I liked everything that we went into. I like how at least Dolores and George's story kind of take place in the house. Everyone's story kind of takes place in the house to an extent. You keep coming back to it. But like it felt like Rakan's was very much just mainly centered in the hospital. Lucy's was definitely in the house to an extent. Dolores was mainly in the house too, but Lucy's was like something different in the house, like her own little world. But I like the variety of the environments. Like, they did some really cool things, some really cool and interesting things. I think the game is definitely flawed in some way. I definitely do. It is not, as much as people want to say it's well optimized, this thing put a beating on my fucking computer. Granted, I don't have the best of a computer, but I have a good enough computer to run this. Well, should be able to run this without issue. And like when it's loading, it's messing with like other software that's running. That's weird. That's weird. We were definitely like dropping some frames there due to that. It definitely crashed my computer. Like a hard crash, which isn't good. It's definitely has some issues still. It definitely needs a little bit more love and care. I don't know that they're still working on the game. I think it came out like a full release came out like 2 years ago. I think it was released in 2020. I think it was on early access in like 2018, and then I think like in 2019 or 2020 it was like got the full release. I think it still needs some work. I mean, the game runs fine for the most part, but it definitely is. It's taking too much CPU usage. I was watching that. It's taking way too much CPU usage. Like, way too much. It shouldn't be draining that hard on it. Either way. You know, it controlled fine for the most part. I like the sanity meter thing. I appreciate that. It reminds me a bit of Eternal Darkness and Amnesia, where, you know, the more your sanity meter builds up or depletes, I guess is a better word, the more things start to happen in the house. Things are going to happen regardless, but more paranormal things start to happen. The more, especially when you're in the chapter, the more you're going to interact with the, like, there, you don't really have stalkers like you do in Amnesia, but you sort of do. And the higher the meter is, the more likely you're going to encounter them and they're going to do something to you. We died a few times for sure. But I liked all the individual stories. I like how it dealt with mental illness. I'm still not entirely sure. I guess you're just trying to find, like, peace of mind. You're, like, experiencing... I still think that you're a dead entity. I don't think that... I think Dwayne killed himself and his family. You see that at the beginning, and I think that's what it is. He's just trying to find, like... He's, like, a haunted spirit in the house. You know, he's another one of the spirits in the house, and I think he's trying to find, like, absolution in some way. And I think that's what the ending there is when you get all the mask pieces. Like, you're putting yourself back together and you're now reunited with your family. I'm guessing. I could be really wrong with that, but I'm guessing that's what we were going towards. There has to be some other things here. Like, I don't know how we get into the safe. Maybe you get into the safe. Maybe that's like a Kickstarter thing or something like that, you know? I don't know, but I mean, it's there. I never figured that out. I don't know how you would figure that out. But I enjoyed this. I very much enjoyed this. It definitely has some very tense moments. It jump scares galore, you know. It got me a few times, especially, you know, with the camera. As much as I dislike that mechanic, I have to see with my camera. I'd rather see with my, you know, gun muzzle flash than with my camera. That's hard on the eyes. That's my biggest complaint about that, is that's hard on the eyes. It's clever because you get to use it in a way to like see things, and it can cause stuff like, you know, Lucy to pop up and, you know, scare the bejesus or whatever that entity was with it. It gives you an opportunity to use that kind of thing. But when that's my only means of seeing in the dark, holy crap, does that hurt your eyes when you're like completely dark and then you're just flash, flash, flash. Yuck. That's hard to deal with. Clever idea, that's really rough on the eyes. But I like the puzzles. I don't know that they're really puzzles. It's like, go find missing thing. Is that really a puzzle? You know, that's not what I think of when I think puzzle. It's like, oh, like when you lose your keys, do you go, now I have to solve this puzzle? It's a mystery. It's a puzzle. I guess it's a puzzle. I don't know. I find it weird when it's like, okay, we need to figure out a way to get the attic key. I guess it's just weird to call it a puzzle. There was only a couple of frustrating moments, I would say, in the game overall, and they were mainly in Dolores and George's chapter, the key chapter. Everything else, like, that took a while for me to get through, and mainly because I guess we were also exploring the house at the same time. It was like two things combined. I was not only dealing with their chapter, but I was also exploring through the house at the same time. And I think that's why that took so much longer, because we made it through Lucy's and Rakan's chapter pretty fast. We made it through their chapters pretty fast as compared. It only took a few hours to get through both of those, whereas it took me like an entire stream to get through both Dwayne and Dolores's chapter yesterday. Yeah, I think we beat it. I think we beat it. We got the credits. I don't know if I got a good ending, a bad ending, but yeah, we beat it. There was one thing we never managed to open, and that was the safe. I kind of want to look it up. I don't see why not, right? I've got some rock hard pita. Unleavened bread. It tastes like a rock. How you doing, Jake? Welcome on in, homie. Let's look it up and see if we can figure out about the safe. That was neat. I really like this game. I really like this game. It was a lot of fun. I think it's one of the better ones. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I had a wonderful time playing this. I think the game could still use a bit of optimization. I still think that it's a bit of as far as like cleanly running, it's taking way too much processing power from my CPU. It also is interfering with some of my other applications and stuff like that, and I don't like that. All right. So, Visage, safe? Like, what stuff that I missed? I want to know now. Oh, I guess it's just like an Easter egg. Oh. Apparently it's supposed to spawn in one of the bathrooms, I guess. But yeah, I really enjoyed the game. I thought it was a delight. I thought it was an absolute delight. Hello? You know what? Well, let's just do that. Maybe it's not this bathroom. Getting down some power breakfast as you speak, prepping for maybe an early scoring streak. Oh, nice, dude. What do you plan on playing today? There's a palette knife in there. At least that looked like a palette knife. Especially since the game keeps telling me it's storing my items. It's so unnecessary. You've stored an item. You've stored an item. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I don't think I ever would have, looked in there. All right, what do we got? You found a strange note. What does it mean? Room 302? Basement? Either hunt for some more Amiga, grind out recommendations, or tackle the Pico 8. What is the Pico 8? That sounds familiar. It said basement. Well, that's wild. All these, like, broken keys on the ground? Is that the one I've already opened? It's a fantasy console, so an emulator for a console that never existed? Aha! I've put them all together. What does that mean? Console that never existed? Hell yeah, we gotta put them all together. We gotta be neat. Room 302. It was this too. Like there is totally something back there. Yeah, emulation would say fantasy computers, fantasy consoles are hardware that's been drafted like a fantasy football team but never created. I have no idea what. So somebody like created a Pico 8. It never existed. We not do anything with that light bulb? Well, so someone just made a console then. You created an emulator for... I mean, I guess it's like your own game system. Let's make Serial 90. It has 8 stereo channels, 4096 colors, yeah, 640 by 480 display, controllers, 4 buttons. Right, you created your own thing, so somebody made something. What kind of games and stuff do they have on it? Room 302. basement. There's no room 302. Stop turning things on and off, you demons. It's 8-bit, like a more colorful and fluid C64. I'm not super familiar with C64. You can make everything yourself with it, maximum of 2 buttons, so very arcadey and artsy. Oh. You can try stuff for free in the browser. So it's like, would you say it's like more arcade game based? Hmm. Cartridges are basically just PNG files containing the code and everything, so you can share it easily. That's cool. It's a mix of Game Boy, indie games, arcade, demo scene, ideas and shit. Oh, okay. That sounds neat. I try to use it there. Oh, shit. Oh, is this Silent Hill 4? This is totally Silent Hill 4. Oh! Oh, I hate you, game. I hate you so much. Yeah. Yeah, so that door is, it's always jammed. It's not technically locked. Well, I guess it's locked. It's jammed. And that door is like kind of like an exit portal of a bunch of different places. Like you come out of that door a ton of different times. Like over and over and over, you kind of like exit out of that door from like different chapters and stuff like that. So yeah, that was definitely locked before, and I guess because we had that note, they allowed us to go in there. But that was totally the room in Silent Hill 4. The barred doors with the chains, I was like, man, that shit is straight out of the Silent Hill 4, the room. Straight out of there. I guess they took some inspiration from there. There was definitely some... People call this survival horror, and I would not call this survival horror. This is more of like a point-and-click adventure game than anything else. Walking simulator, point-and-click adventure. Not survival horror. But yeah, so that door is like a special door. There was also a door here that we never were able to open up. Oh. I was never quite able to open up. And that was the one upstairs. It seems to be working properly. I don't know how to turn that one on. That light never turned on. But that was funny. That whole dance thing was hilarious. It's working properly, but it doesn't turn on. Like that one turns on, but that other one doesn't. So there was this other door too. This one, I was never able to get in there. Like that unfinished room. Bug? I will murder you! Does it look like a gnat? Gnats are my favorite. No, I broke it. This is not my fault. That's because I got too, like, flicky. I never repaired that. That's the only other door that we never went into, is the one in that room. I guess we can look it up. I mean, what else do I have to lose? I never would have looked in that kitchen sink again for the safe key. But what about the Visage? What would we call that room? It's a jammed door. Jammed door. Unfinished room? I guess it's an unfinished room. It's right next to the kitchen. Yeah, the mirror room. Let's see if there's something that the internet tells us. Oh. It must have been something specific for Dolores's chapter, I guess. Well, I mean, I think that takes care of everything. I don't think that there's anything else that... I mean, there might be some, like, hidden things and stuff like that, but I think we, like, took care of everything, unless there's, like, alternate endings. I guess we can look that up and see if that there's alternate endings. I wonder what you would do. Alternate... I don't even know what we got. Oh. I guess the bad ending is when you shoot yourself in the head. And the good ending is when you get the mask pieces, but I think you have to get the mask pieces. I think you have to do that. Yeah, I guess that's it. I guess we did everything. Yeah. It does sound like a bad ending. It does. Let's go do it again. I really enjoyed this game. I had a great time going through this. It's certainly a clever approach and interesting game. I like the fact that there were multiple stories. They don't really connect to one another outside, or at least it doesn't seem, outside of them all kind of like the people lived in this house and stuff happened to them. Other than that, there really seems to be everything. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I had a good time. See, so when we first came down here, there were 6 rounds in there, and now there are just 5. I wonder what happens if you shoot yourself in the head 6 times. So It seemed like this gave you hints as to what the game wanted you to do next. Because when I did this the first time, we were in the key chapter, and it kind of showed me like a bunch of like quick images and stuff. And I think that's the idea, is this is supposed to be like hints and shit. Alright, well, we didn't get any hints there. It just put me back in here. And this is how the game starts. So I guess we're supposed to be the, like, Muckman. I think that's supposed to be us. Let's go... Let's see if we can, like, drain that gun of bullets. Why not, right? I don't think you can replay any of the chapters, though. I think once you're done with a chapter, you're done with a chapter. I really liked it. I like puzzle games. This reminded me, like, of a spooky Myst. It felt a lot like Myst. Which I don't think is a bad thing. Turning Myst into a horror game. Myst already kind of had, like, a bit of, like, a creepy, like, we're the only people here atmosphere to it, you know? Yeah, there you go. I love how it keeps telling me the compass and the camera and everything are in the storage room. The crowbar. And the compass. The game's broken. And the camera. Alright, maybe we need to go get the compass, the camera, and the crowbar to stop it from doing that. Because I'll tell you one thing. It's making me really angry. That it's not stopping. If this happened the entire game, I would have been really salty. Hey, look, there's a 3 there now. You can see there's little hash marks on the ground in front of that. Hmm. I wonder what happens if you, like, run through all of it. Is it done telling me that the crowbar and the compass... No, I don't think it has a New Game Plus. I definitely... What would you do in a New Game Plus here? I feel like it's a one playthrough kind of thing. Nope. We're back to being told that the crowbar and the... You know what? I'm just gonna go grab those items. Yeah, I definitely don't think that there's a New Game Plus, but maybe something happens. Let's just go pick up those items. Okay. Compass. My hands are full? Not anymore. Camera. Okay. And I will drop the lighter. I don't want to store it. There we go. I'm trying to pick up the crowbar. Thank you. There we go. Now the video game can't tell me that those are in storage. Because I have them. Unless it takes them away from me. I don't know how I broke this game, but at some point, I had the camera, and then the game was like, you can't take... So you can, like, you know, take pictures, or at least use the flash. And then it just broke. Then it just, like, straight up broke. And I didn't have the camera anymore. Even though the camera was in my hand, I didn't have it anymore. I don't think the team was super big that made this game. And I think for the most part, it runs okay-ish. It definitely needs just a little bit more polish. Just a smidgen more polish. Like it has... It can't just be me that's run into these bugs and stuff. And this room is a unique room. Also. Like, if we turn around and we open that back up, there you go. Also, that was weird. That was weird. Horror dev teams are usually small, which is weird, but yeah. They're more about storytelling. I think if you're going to build a game like this, that you need to be able to tell a strong story. That's like your first and foremost objective here, is you need a strong story. You need to keep the player wanting to play your game for multiple hours. You know, the gameplay here is very slow. So you need a way. I've heard nothing but terrible things about Scorn. When I saw Scorn, I was like, oh, I like the Geiger, like, art. But at the same time, I played through a game called Agony, and it reminded me so much of Agony that I was like, I don't want to play that. I played through Agony, and Agony isn't a terrible game, but Scorn looked a lot like Agony to me, and I was like, I know what this is about. I've heard it's also not a super long game, which, to its benefit, that's probably a good thing, because Agony was way too long of a game. Way too long. And it was a clunky, goofy game. Agony was clunky and goofy. And when I saw Scorn, and I finally saw, like, all the trailers for Scorn initially, I was like, I don't know what this is. Like, I don't know what to make of these trailers at first. And then I finally saw a gameplay trailer of Scorn, and I went, oh, yeah, I know exactly what this is. I don't know that I want to play this. And then everything that I've heard from people is that it's a very middling game that is extremely clunky and goofy, and I went, yeah, I'm not surprised. That's exactly what I expected from it. You're personally being torn out of the immersion when the gameplay stutters heavily for reasons. I don't know how much immersion I ever really have in a video game. You know, but yes, stuff like that I feel like definitely can hinder an experience. It can definitely hinder an experience for sure. I totally understand that. When you have weird things happening, it definitely doesn't feel as clean. I don't want to shit on an indie team. I think they did an excellent job, and it runs well enough. I think it could use more polish, but it runs well enough. Alright, this is the last one. I wonder what happens. Like, is it like permanent game over? Oh, I was like, there's no coming back after this one. Or do they put 6 more bullets into the gun? Yeah, we did it 6 times. Well, let's go back into the passage down there and see if something maybe changed here. I mean, there's no way they put 6 more bullets in there, right? There's nothing in there now. What? So in one of our, like, traipses through, we took an apple from a tree and it fell down the well. Interesting. I can't pick it up. I'm not allowed to has apple. But I'm hungry. And apples are delicious. So there was another ending. Oh, wow. So you're now down like this pit of despair. We've hit rock bottom. There was. When I initially shot myself in the head there, and we came back, I saw that there was 1 bullet missing, and I was like, I wonder what happens if you do all of it. That's cool. And it looks like we're just trapped down here. There doesn't seem to be anything that we do in here. Like the top of the well is always above us. We're just down here. I wish we could have eaten the apple. That would have been nice. Apples are wonderful and great. And 14 apples a day will keep the doctor away. That's a saying. It's real. It's not just American either. I believe that that is a world saying. People all over the planet, 14 apples a day and 4 bottles of milk. Oh, there's an invisible wall. Oh my god. We're actually in an arena. I can't go any more forward that way to our right. We are actually in an arena. And I guess these are all the Kickstarters or people. Yeah, I guess I didn't know this was a Kickstarter game. Let's find a double corner. Let's find a double corner. I did! I found the double corner. I can't go left and I can't go right. That's hilarious. I think it would be too hard to make a repeating area that goes over and over again. I actually don't think that that would be all that difficult, right? Thanks for playing. You're welcome. I really did enjoy this. I'm assuming that we're just trapped down here. There's nothing I can do. Like, this is just forever. So we need to, like, load to get out of here, I'm guessing. Load. I want to go into the light! Into the light! I took a picture! Say cheese! Oh. Okay. What other... Are there any achievements we can see that we missed out on? Steam, tell me. I have... Oh, we're missing 5. Yeah, well. Oh, well. Find all the pages from the appreciation book? I don't know what that is. Find all... Matryoshka dolls? We can't do that. I think some of them are in chapters. And then there's like 2 hidden achievements. I have no idea what they are. No idea. A special recipe? Something you can make in the microwave, I guess. And there's something called gearing up. I don't know what any of those are. All right, well, I don't think we're going to be able to grab everything, so I think that's going to do it for me. I think we're done with Visage. I think we are all done. I had fun with this. It seems that my stream went down almost 3 hours ago. What's next on the menu? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm sad that horror month is over. I'm genuinely sad that horror month is over because I was having such a delightful time playing horror games. I'm genuinely sad for me. Genuinely sad for me. I'm not sure. I'll go through my library, we'll find something brand new to play. I'm excited to be playing something new. We're gonna go... I never get to raid Michael. That's gonna be cool. Oh my god, Slash. Raid. Michael. Dude. We never get to raid him. That's awesome. He's apparently doing a 12-hour stream. Let's go raid him. I never get to do that. That's exciting. He's playing some Splatoon 3. That's cool. I haven't watched too much Splatoon 3. I'll be back tonight. I'll figure out a brand new game to play. I don't know what we're gonna do though. I'll have to see what I'm in the mood for. At some point we're gonna start up Elden Ring, and at some point we're gonna play through Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Oh, you're welcome. I don't know when we'll start those up. Those are big undertakings. They're gonna take a long time to go through those games. Both of those are like relatively large open world games. So we'll check those out at some point. I don't know when. But I'll go through my library. I'll see what kind of stuff I want to be playing. We'll figure something out. But thanks everyone for hanging out with me today. Enjoy your mornings, afternoons, evenings, whatever you guys got going on today. Just have beautiful, fantastic days. I will be back tonight with something brand new. No idea. Sky's the limit, but we'll play something fun. Either way, guys, enjoy your days. Have beautiful Wednesdays. Take it easy. Go say hey to Michael. He's awesome. Bye-bye, guys.